All right, guess it's time to get this party started. Yeah, no, it's the about the ban. It's when they were just trying to make up the rules for uh, affiliate links and who's allowed to advertise on AMC thing. So, anyways, they got too big for their britches and they locked it all down. But now Trey is allowed to be commented on and posted. So I'm like, okay, double standards, you know. Uh, I don't mind staying banned. I mean, it's just a Reddit sub. There's 1,000 million of them. It doesn't really matter. But, I've spent some time there. So if I can get unbanned, that would be great. If not, well, I'll continue. And then as soon as the AMC hype is over, that subreddit will just die, right? Um, but anyways, the pre-market's actually picking up. So let's flip over to market open. Since we have about a minute and 50 seconds, 20 seconds now. All right, let's clean this up. So it's already starting a little slow, which is not awesome. But let's get these a little lower. I don't need them that big. I like to have a little bit of size. Actually, I can shrink them right down. Nice. I like to have a little bit of size just so that you can see the inflections better, but when we're really zoomed in, yeah, we should be okay. We can see the inflections. Okay, so grim reminder of where we were. Okay, so today is probably going to be the 1130s, 1090s. And we can reassess once we get over 1096. Let's just put a line here. So this might be, depending on how fast we move, might be one of those days where you just set an alert and walk away. It might be a slow growth day. I'm hoping we're going to get a little bit more action. All right, market just opened. And let's see where we go. 1 minute. All right. So 1% sell, then rebounds. Looks good. Now let's while that's running, let's see how everybody else opened. Okay, good cash injection. Nope. Nope. And okay. Good. And that's technically good. This one. And US dollars weakening. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Definitely a slow open. Look at that volume. Only 312. This might be a paint drying day. Oh, that's GME. Whoops. 1.3. Okay. I was like, holy crap. 300 is so low. Okay, 1.3. It's still about a third, a half to a third of what's normal. Oh man, if it was 300, I would be like, yeah, I probably shouldn't even do this stream. Just take a walk. All right. So this is still within bounds, so that's good. We don't want it to go under 1004. Then it might go for a bit of a run to 988. But we'll see. Okay, the whole markets are blood red, so that's not a good sign. Now, oh, sorry, getting in the 1 minutes here. Yeah, but this is early morning. We're only 3 minutes in. So let's wait for them to turn green. And keeping an eye on GME here. They're a bit of a nosedive there. Oh, I need to adjust the title. Whoops. I've used this old title for a while here. Oops. Yeah, because today I didn't actually set up yeah, I didn't set it up properly. So it's just running its course. Too early to tell if it's going to be an up or a down day. It's looking kind of down, but we're still running on pretty slow volume. So unknown until we see conviction. Dun, 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 dun. Just fixing the title here, and then I'll get back to calling the minutes here. Right. So that's not bad, but it's still early morning, so we need to see a lot more commitment before things are safer. 10 to 20% recovery, 0.20% I should say, on the indexes there. GME's 66% recovered from where it was. Yep, and getting better, so that's good. Okay. Really hard to tell where the hell this is. It went here to there. Okay. It's really, when it starts gapping, it's really hard to tell. So it's going for a technical breakout. We failed our technical breakout. So we got to the top of this guy, but we need to get over this and this. So we collapsed, but that's still good. As long as it doesn't get past here, we don't swing to 1017, we should be okay. And what's the volume? 317. Okay. So it looks like they're doing okay. Our volume's still pretty low. Just gonna see the extended markets. Yeah, there was nothing in the aftermarket. Like one trade. Right at like almost close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 trades or so. A little bit more in the pre-market, but nothing important. Very neutral. And that's not too bad. especially for a Friday. This is a little bit more of a sell-off than I would like, but it's still good after all of that recovery. We don't really need to pay for this, but we may have a retraction just from profit taking and the fact that the fear remains. But then that should quickly go away, either today or late today, I would say. Oh, excuse me. All right, and this is good. About to do a technical breakout. So if it hits, no, not getting enough steam, but the volume's good. 21. Yeah, volume's great. Yeah, so it should break out on this minute. Unless it like completely reverses. And there you go. There's your breakout. So it'll be a little bit of a jump and then it'll take off. Come on. Get past it. Holy crap. There we go. Okay. This one's bouncing off this line, which was, again, the bottoms of the 26th, which is Friday. Okay. Good, good. So some early profit taking, which is showing, it's 2000, showing a little bit of weakness early. It's not good. There we go. And GME completely countered. Again, this weird indecision. You're making new lows, you're selling more, and you're buying more at the same time. It's such a weird, inverted, doesn't make any sense to me. I should really sit down and try to deduce the psychology of that. And it's got to be that, like, the normal profit taking is going, and then the psychotic buying is also going at the same time. So the only reason you see this is, like, the sellers are doing what they normally do, or vice versa, psychotic selling with normal buying, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to really sit down and weigh it out. It's kind of a weird pattern or shape. So, showed weakness, but we crushed it. This one should be easy to counter. What's our resistance lines here? So coming up at 1037. Although there's one here, which is this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. So we're just getting out of the chop. So once we get past 1045, then we should be climbing back up to, oh, that's going to be the big one right there. That's going to be a problem. Yeah. Yeah, it's not only those guys, but that's the main one, because that's the stopping of a crash. So that's a very strong line. And oh yeah, and then it's over here as well. Forgot about those. That's why it pays to look all the time. Yeah, these two. But once we get over them, so let's get that down there. Yeah, so now we're already over them. That's good. Easy. Good. Let's do that one. That's probably a big one. Or actually, this one. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Yeah, so if we stay above it and we keep above it for like a few seconds to a minute, then we'll be able to get away. We don't get dragged back in. We just need to have the volume so that the sellers that say, oh, that's too much, I remember that number, they're out gunned by the buyers. And then once we do that, then we're away from the psychological line or the technical line. And then those sellers either stop selling or they're already out of the market, so they fucked off. Either way, we go up. What we don't want is the buyers getting us there and then the sellers triggering a mass sell and then the buyers get spooked or outgunned. We want to keep that momentum going. So now we're just dealing with these guys. So it's looking good. We've cleared all the chop right here, the short-term chop, but a lot of this stuff shouldn't really affect us because we've been over the weekend, we have new money, all that sort of stuff. So we're looking pretty good. Yeah, we want to get as much height as possible before about 10 something. Then we'll have our dip, and then we want to get as much height after, let's say, 10:30 to noon, and then start this week off right. If a hedge fund gets margin called, it would end up looking like a bunch of buys. Oh, but it had to sell off major positions to pay for it. Yeah, that would suck. That would explain the market getting nuked. Yeah, I don't follow the news because it explains things after the fact. It's good to know. I'm always interested. But for our day-to-day trading, by the time we see the news, it's already 20 minutes, 10 minutes late. So it really doesn't matter. Unless it's something major like Paris locks its borders or America goes to war or something like that. Something that the consequences are lasting, right? But that would probably explain probably what happened. So if a major hedge fund had to sell off, you'd probably have a major pullback in the pre-market or a lot of negativity. And you could probably spot it. It's hard to tell though. It could be this. Depends when they sold. Just a major depression on the opening on the Friday. But that would take a lot of money to do that. Yeah. But who knows? Oh, 500% on what? Oh, that's why Discovery took a... Oh. So that's why Discovery took an arrow to the knee. Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, so again, this goes back to like what I was saying. It's like everything can be explained for the most part. It's just going to take way too long to figure it out. It's like every code can be broken in cryptography, but by the time you crack it, you found out 200 years ago that the Americans were plotting something. It's like, okay, I forget what the technical term for that is. It's basically it's information relevance or something. So by the time you can break the code, it's no longer got any value, and there's a term for that. So it's the same thing with the stock market. The news is excellent right away, but I don't want to pay for Reuters or Bloomberg terminal. So instead of knowing the news, I'm going to just see the reaction to the news and then step out of the way. But knowing the news would be awesome, because then you could be informed about why you're stepping out of the way. But that costs a lot of money. So, well, I mean, if you're a full-time stockbroker, it might be something you want to do. Now that I'm kind of a full-time stockbroker, but for legal reasons I'm not, and tax reasons I'm not, maybe it's something I should get into. But I'm only trading one horse, so I'm more than good. But if I had millions under my belt, I think it's $1,000 a month US for Bloomberg. Yeah, or 10 grand a year. I can't remember. Okay, hold on. I can do that. Whoa, Ape Gang, did you hear the cool news? Hedgie's got, like, margin called, like, and they're, like, so gone now. So we're going up to, like, 5K. We're going to the moon, my fellow Ape Gang. Ape Gang! To the moon! 5K! Tomorrow. Lambos for everyone. Spaceship Lambos. This Sunday. Alright, how did I do? We can cut that, make it a clip. Maybe I'll do a reaction photo. Me giving the finger to the hedgies. I like it. When I have a script, it's not too hard. When I have to pull this out of my ass, it's on the fly. It's a little harder. Okay, so still good. Plus, meanwhile, when I'm trying to think about what to say, I'm processing the stock market. That's why I keep pausing all the time, because I can't do everything, right? So GME's teetering. This is decent. Where are we? Kind of want a trend line here, and a trend line. I have a funny feeling this is going to be its line. I feel like it's going to wiggle and kind of continue trending down unless they get some gas. I mean, it's still early. They should be able to get some gas. What about us? We're still looking good. Obviously, we're not going to keep this trend line, but maybe if we take the trend line of this, let's go look at let's zoom out. Let's do a 15-minute, and let's take the trend off of that. So the trend off of that is still pretty good. Yeah, see, that one matched up. I remember seeing that, and I was like, oh, and then this is pretty much the same as well. But what happened is you just had a cash injection, so it lifts the water, but the overall speed is exactly the same as before. But you basically just lifted the water level, just like lifting this line, and then you deflated the water level, and you went right back to what you were doing, right? And you can see it here, even with the robot causing the artificial fuckery. So let's say, and yeah, this one kind of, you take the low and the end of day. So let's take that and bring it over here. So now that we've been artificially deflated, right? Now let's see if we have a normal day. Whoa, Control Z. Then we should be trending along this line. And this is like a little less aggressive slow line. Yeah, that looks correct. Okay. So where the hell's that line I just put down? The fuck? Is it this one? I thought I put it... Did it just disappear? No, it should be that line, right? But then I should have 3 lines. Oh, maybe my Control Z got rid of it. One, two. Okay. Ah, fuck it. It's taking too long. All right. So much for that. I'll just make a new one. Okay, and put that here. There we go. That's not this one. That one, right? I think it's this one. Okay, well, we're gonna go with that one. So if we go back to right now, so we're looking at a muter morning. Yeah, that's kind of right. That's kind of the general of this guy as well. So maybe this is our base trickle in. All the people that are basically buying AMC shares weekly, all the portfolios that buy a certain amount weekly or daily, you can divide it into daily. Or if they're buying monthly, you can divide it up as well. So that's our slow lift. So right now we're coming back, which is good, and we're still having trouble with this. Let's get zoomed in here. Still having trouble with this line. So now we got to get through this. So we need another cent. So we're actually on track for this line, which is pretty pimp. I still think it's a little too high, but we want to basically stay above this line all day. So by end of day, we should be, oh my God. Why won't it let me pan? 1 second. There we go. There we go. So by end of day, it won't let me go that far. There we go. We should be at least 1040, and likely, if we're lucky, yeah, we're not going to keep this momentum all day. But if we kept this momentum all day, let's see where we would go. Wow, we'd be at $18. Yeah, we won't keep this momentum all day. It's insanely sharp. 45 or less than 45 is reasonable. If you remember that Gantt box thingy, or the Gantt fan. Can't remember what it's called. This one. And it's the Gantt fan. So if we take this, right? So if this is the lowest channel, let's say, although that's probably not true. Let me adjust it. Okay, and then we'll just take this up. It's not going to let me do it easily. Okay, I wanted to put the 1/4 channel on this guy because the chances are we might go under it if things go bad. But then this doesn't pan out. I got to move this back, and I got to lift this up. So if this is the well, we can do better, but let's say this is the most aggressive green. This is a more reasonable path, and then this is our lower path. So this one's only doing the goods. I could adjust it so that it does straight up, which would be awesome, but no stock really ever goes vertical over time, because obviously the time, you'd have to do all of that in a minute, and it's not going to happen. So let's say that, and that fits our spectrum. So yeah, it's not doing the negatives and it's not doing the psychotic positives because obviously. So we can bring that up to here and get that aligned. Okay. So depending on our mood, we should either go one of these, and then I'll just adjust it if it goes down. Actually, I guess I could put it back. Doesn't really make much difference, does it? Yeah, I'll just do that. There we go. Okay. If I bring it close, it's going to show us the very short term, but that's too close. Like, it's not going to give us any real data, whereas this will give us a better data. So this is, since we're going up, this is going to help us visualize where we should be over time. So we could keep following this trend line, but chances are we'll drift into this more natural 1-1 line here, and we'll basically flirt around it going forwards. So we'll see how that plays out. Okay. So that's going sideways. So we've gone from high speed to moderate speed, and we're heading over low speed if we don't get past this stupid line. If we can't get past this line soon, we're going to end up getting dipped here. I want to be up here before we, in this channel, before we hit the dip, so we don't plummet. GME's doing good. DJI, so the whole market's meh. Oil's just zigzagging. Okay, and this Roblox is down 5%. And what about the oil company that I didn't buy? Up 23%. God damn, every time I think it's going to go down, it fucking jumps. Bastards. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not following it, so I don't know what it's supposed to be doing, but it just keeps going. I should really get my money in. Why it's still 3 cents. I'll let it settle. It's like I've been saying, I'll let it settle down, and it just keeps fucking flying off the charts. Yeah, like look at the last month. It went from under a penny to now 3 pennies. 3 times your money in less than a few months. Yeah, I gotta get in on that one. I think once I get my money free, I'll put 20,000 in that. Funny money. If you have free money, wait till it goes down. It's EEENF. It's essentially an oil exploration, but it's backed by ConocoPhillips. So it's just you build a company to minimize risk in case you don't find any oil, but they've already struck oil, I think, 3 times now, which is why the price keeps going up. And the neighboring field, which is owned by some other conglomerate, they've hit oil. So it's quite good. And what country are you in, Belts? I thought you're in the States. This one's on the OTC market in the US. Yeah, EENF, this guy right here. Oh man, we're going good. Nice and strong here. So we took our time breaking through, but there's 1, 2, 3, but you could say 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, collapse, 1, 2, 3 out, whichever way you want to look at it. Yeah, actually that's probably more accurate. 1, 2, collapse, 1, 2 punches through, which technically resets it, and then off you go. But anyways, at least we're in the green channel. That's good. We can get those momentum going. Okay. Yeah, no, well, it depends on which one you get. They're also in the UK, I believe, but yeah, it's OTC, EENF, and then there's also Yeah, see, US. But there is a whole bunch of other ones. If you type in 88 energy, so there's the one on the Australian, London, and FTSE. So, yeah, I don't know if they're related. Usually you end up trading on multiple stock markets under the same name. Okay, so I don't know then. I don't know. The transaction fee might be just because your account's not super rich. I don't know. I can check when I go to buy it. I'll check and to let you know if I get dinged as well. As far as I know, to trade on the OTC, I just have to have 100% margin, I believe. If a stock is under 5%, it's a minimum of 80%, or so 20. You get 20% margin. The margin requirement's 80%, I think, for TD Bank. And then once it's over $5, it's on the big boy markets, and then they assess it one to one, I guess, or it falls into the general rule of 20% margin, I believe. Yeah, it's all good. There's a little bit of delay, belts. As I said, I don't know what goes on with Fidelity. So this is looking good. There's another technical breakout going to happen. We're just printing money today. Good. Getting good height too. We're at 5%. We're outpacing GME, which is pretty good. Man, if we had even just a half of the buyers that GME has, we would be in the clouds. But then we'd be at such high risk of volatility. Like, they managed to move $188 stock up $7. We managed to move a $10 stock up 40 cents. Man, if we can move it up $10, we'd be at 20. Like, yeah, holy crap. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably not weird. I just don't know anything about that. I've bought OTC before, I believe. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I bought OTC before with TD and no charges. Oh yeah. Yeah, if we spike to 20 and we go down to 12, oh, life would be good. I'd be selling everything, buying back in. Although don't buy back in immediately because that, as I've said countless times, that kind of shock is going to have days of reverberation, right? So if you buy in right away, you'll probably have a couple days where you're in the red. But nonetheless, awesome. Yeah. Well, I'm right beside you there, backstop. I think I dollar cost average down. Let's see where I am now. I should be a little bit lower, but not by much, because let's see here. Load up my brokerage. My phone is having a stroke. Come on, phone. Or my brokerage is having a stroke, one of the two. It's like 3 minutes of loading here. There we go. So maybe it's the brokerage holdings. Wow, it's lagging hard. Okay, so my average is now... Holy crap. Just whited out the screen. Yeah, it must be them. There must be some... Maybe some IPO came out today that everyone's trying to buy. It's lagging hard. Okay. I'm at 1378 now. Sweet. Alright. So let me update my my handy dandy chart here while we wait for this to keep rocking. Yeah, this stupid mobile app. My average updates once a day. Once everything's all settled. Okay. And I'm now holding 400 and 340. And today we're currently up. What was yesterday? Negative 13,000. So I guess I can just keep updating that. One, 3, 6, 2, 7, 5, 9. There we go. There. All right. As we make our money to... Oh, ouch. Make our money to Freedom Land. And we're all updated. Oh, do I have more money? Oh my gosh, stroke. What's my balance? My total balance is 59802. So I've lost 59. Oh, I made $1,300 at some point a few days ago. Okay. Not bad. 5980215. Oh no, I added more money, that's why. Okay, well, oh, whoops. I erased the whole thing like a hobo. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Not bad. I expect a little bit of a slowdown when we get closer to this line. So if we had a really good trajectory, it'd go up like this. And either here or here would start to bend. And then we get kind of like this. So we go up, get too close, and then we go through. Classic pattern. So if we do a Gantt box between here and here, we'll see that it probably is, yeah, it's at the halfway mark. It touched the 75% mark. Let's do it this way. 61% mark, sorry. There. All right. So it goes up to the halfway mark. Oh, I'm above the line and below the line now. Well, it pretty much touches the 6.1, then collapses down to the 2.5, and then we're going to come ramp up to probably the 3.8, and then we'll jump to 6.1, 75, and then bounce along this until we get out. More than likely. That's if the stock is just following the natural order of things, if you will. And we'll see. Yeah, but it definitely does not want to stay at the halfway mark. That's a no-go territory. Oh, in 2 weeks? Yeah, in 2 weeks we'll probably be at 15 for sure. Or we'll hit 15 by sure. Organically, in 2 weeks, I think in my time frame we should be what is it? We're supposed to be 15 by the fall, and then 20 by the end of fall. Then start of winter is 25, and then end of winter is 30. And then we should be at 10 something. So yeah, I guess we could be at 10 something organically. So without the hype, just kind of building up our core. Yeah, actually, let me do the math on that. I can't remember what I was saying previously when I paint. Yeah, so if I take a look at this. So we are about almost halfway through spring. So if we start at 0, let's say, and we end up at 30, and that is this time next year we should be like 35. So then it will be half of that is 15, which is the apex of summer. So that puts us at half of 15, which is 7.5, I think. Yeah, 7.5, which is we're well over. So we were if we started at 0, we're basically at $5 or so for our base core. 7.5 by the start of summer, 15 by the end of summer, then 23 by mid-fall, then 25 by the end of fall, start of winter, then 30. Yeah, that's right. So if we just keep this constant $5 a season, kind of, or $7.5 a season. Now, if we inflate this number, let's say by 10, if we started at 10, we'd be 15 and 17 by the end of spring. And then we'd be 25 by middle of summer. We'd be 33 by the end of summer, and we'd be 40 by winter, end of winter. So I think that's a little high. But it's not unreasonable for us to be around $10, $12, $13 right now. So even if we up it by, let's say, $3 or even $5, then we should be 5. That would be 7. So that'd be $12 by the start of summer, or the end of spring, whichever way you want to look at it. So, yeah, so in 2 weeks, yeah, we could easily hit 15. I think 12 will be our low base if we do that. If we think 10 is our base probably now, or 9 or 8 for sure. If we think that's true, then we're looking at a $3 or $5 was what AMC was worth in January, which makes sense because that's actually what it was worth. It was worth $1 to $5, depending on your estimates. So if we go with 0 to 5, 0 or 30 by December at this kind of growth rate. If we start at 5, then not this kind of growth rate. If we're predicting 30 by December, so if we think the company is going to go back to what it's worth in less than a year, or predicted what it's worth, or estimated what it's worth, that's a better word, then you're looking at a $5 or sorry, $7.5 increase each season. If we're going to be 30. Yeah. If we've already inflated, we could actually have a lower rate getting to 30, or we might be higher than 30, depending which way you want to go with this. But it looks like right now, if we start with an estimate of $3, then we are already on track to be over $30 by December. Yeah. Right now we are right here on this little chart. So yeah, actually, yeah, if we're at $3, we're exactly on track, if not a little bit ahead. We would be a 10.50 as our bottom by the start of summer if we were $3. So if we take, that's like the middle ground estimate. If we take the high ground estimate, 5, then we would be 7 plus 5 was 8. 12, right? So then we'd be at $12 at the high estimate. Now we can always go over it, but that'd be our base. So somewhere between 7, 10, and 12 is our spread. So not bad, actually. Now we did hit 14, so 14 is our midsummer price at 0, or it's our just after the start of, or just after the end of spring price for our high estimate. And where else would be? That's high, that's low. Yeah, so basically 14 is a season ahead, or 4 or 5 weeks from now, depending on how aggressive your estimates are. Yeah, I think we're on track. But obviously, yeah, if we hit 20, 25, 30 in the next couple of weeks, we're obviously 2 whole quarters or seasons ahead. Yeah. But no point counting chickens before they hatch. Oh, yeah, interesting. So when is the start, or when is the end of this quarter? What's 3 months? I'm not very good at this whole month thing. Okay, so you got January, February, March. So it'd be the end of this month. We'd be at 7.5 to 12.5. Oh, not bad. So right now we're on the middle track. Okay, so basically in the next 3 months, so from April, May to June, we're going to make our way up to 15 to 20. So that's going to be our next. Then it's going to be 23 to 28. And then it's going to be 23, 28 to 30, 35, depending. And we'll hit 30 either at the end of December or mid, which is, I think, November. So October, November, December. So it'd be the middle of November. So November 15th, we'd be 25 or 30. That's not bad if we keep this up and nothing changes. So that's not bad, all things considered. Yeah. Yeah. And just to your point there, Marshall, so you have streaming services that charge a flat rate, a subscription rate. So they work by adding more people in. But the problem with subscriptions is that the cost of service is fixed or increasing at all time. And then the price that you're paying is fixed. And when you try to increase it, there's pullback, people quit, all that sort of stuff. So you have an aversion to raising your prices. You want to keep your prices at $9, $10, whatever, right? And then you have increasing costs over time. So the streaming service, unlike a movie theater, the movie theater has a $20 ticket. It's $20, it's $21, it's $21.50. But because people aren't using it monthly, they get the shock every time they go. But they know going in that it's going to be somewhere around that price, and you can offer discounts or whatever, and your cost of doing business also goes up, but you have a flexible price point more than a subscription. Now, I guess some people would argue with a subscription you could gut your flock because there's a human trait to once you do something to commit to it, it's hard to move from one thing to another. So it's hard to get them in, but once they're in, it's hard to get them out, which is why they do free trials and all that sort of stuff. But I think the movie basically gets more of profit margin, I think, than a streaming service. Now, I guess a streaming service doesn't have a lot of upkeep that a physical theater would have. You don't have assets, you don't have all this sort of stuff. Like, you have data centers and you have bandwidth, but all that's cheap. Your biggest cost would be the content licensing, and then maybe hydro and the staff that, curates and acquires and all that. But you wouldn't have the grunt labor, if you will. Or at least not, tons of it. But I think a theater is in a better position to make money, though. Especially if it's in demand, because they can charge more, whereas a streaming service can't charge $20 a watch. It's $20 a month, but it's constant money. Where a theater, if you go once a month, it's beating the streaming service, potentially. Although I don't know the profit margin on, say, Netflix or Disney. But then again, their profit margin's also flexible, because then they could stop making content for a month if they need money. And if they do that, then their profit margin's like infinite, because there's no outgoing costs except for bandwidth and electricity and all that previously mentioned stuff. Whereas the theater can't stop showing movies. And if it shows low quality movies like Netflix does, nobody would go, right? So it becomes a used car lot. And then it's like, well, you can get people in to a used car lot because the movies are cheaper and whatever, but then your return is low, and then you end up becoming like a sleazy car lot. Everything is bare bones. Your desk is in a abandoned warehouse. The floors are completely covered in sugar. So, yeah, not where we want to go, but we'll see. So it looks like we're going into our morning dip. Everything's gone red. So this trajectory is kind of poop. This is fine. This looks good. The S&P doesn't look good, but this looks good because there's a bottom. And GME is treading, which is fine. But they are kind of going along this trend line, at least for the last 15, 20 minutes. So yeah, this line should just keep giving us trouble until we break out. But we didn't get enough height when we came down, so we're just going to keep trending. All is good. Do, do, do. Ooh, that was a big sell-off there. Ooh. Was that a technical breakout? Maybe it's the people that rode up here just punched out. It's not that big, actually. The volume was kind of low. It's only... Oh, no, it is big, actually. Or at least now it is. 19. Okay, it is big. Yeah, it's now at 20. I think my mouse was on the wrong thing. Could be the people riding up from the bottom want to keep their profit in, but that was a huge drop, like amount of volume. So that's got to be one big fish, which might be the same one that bought here, just sold here to protect their profits. Yeah, it's all good. Don't need to be a superstitious bunch. The market's going to do what the market's going to do. Okay. June, July. I'm just filling out the hobo chart here. August, October. I might as well save this so I have an idea of the prices here. Alright, so January to March, April to June, July to September, October to December. That's our quarters. Alright. Let's save that to desktop. Yeah, don't panic on this. This is, unless, see the Dow here? Dow is trending downwards as well, but it's not ridiculous. Alright, I can get rid of that. Yeah, I think this is just profit lock-in. So there's some big fish here. Bought in, sold here. Because the volume is still pretty low. Yeah, we're only at 15 million and it's 10 o'clock. So we're normally at 20 to 30 at this point. So we're, yeah, like that didn't help any. These are all 1K, 700. Yeah, it's a low volume day. So I'd say probably two of these bars here are kind of artificially down. So we should be somewhere around 1048 right now. And then we should do our dip. Dow, S&P. Yeah, still good. Yeah, the dip is also the point of weakness. So if the day is going to go negative, you go into your dip, and then as it goes to try to get out, it collapses because the buyers that are supposed to bring it up aren't there. So then all that's left are the sellers. So as this happens, the sellers are increasing. So if we have a constant buyers like this, like if you think of forces, the sellers are increasing, or they're always bigger than the buyers, whichever way it is. And then as you level out here, the buyers and the sellers are equal, whichever size they may be, based on the volume, right? And then here, the sellers get small because they're all done, and the buyers get bigger because they've joined in more, if you will. So there's a baseline constant force, which is usually up, and then you get the additional based on time, which could add more ups or add more downs, which, you know, if you think of it like forces or water. But yeah, if these guys don't show up, it's going to do this, but there's always going to be the constant buy sellers. So if they all just disappear, the constant buyers aren't there, so the constant sellers should be there, and you go down. If no one shows up, it just goes like this. But anyways, it all depends on who's there, but that's what should happen. So in this case here, you know, we should have this, right? But if you have an overzealous buyers, you basically can take that whole line and shift it down because there's a short period of time where those sellers have depressed you. So you have to kind of make up for this piece later in the day somewhere. Because the oversells will keep you down until there's an overbuy because someone has overdone the market. But this is not looking good now that it's getting back down to the slow trend line. Volume is low. GME has increased volume going down. Okay, so that's not good for them. Dow. The UK started trending downwards. Germans are gone flat. US dollar's gone up. And where's gold? Gold. Gold's gone flat. But an increase in volume. Oh, yeah, that's the start of the morning here. And that's fine. What's coming up today? Market comp, soybean, exports. Not looking good for GME. Let's see if we can get the volume. Yeah, right now we're kind of, I think GME is getting deflated based on the volume. They're basically losing water. And when we lose those people, we lose those people. So we kind of got an increase in negativity kind of from the synergistic. But we have our own separate buyers and our own separate sellers. So we should be okay. We can also probably be deflating from the Dow. But now that the Dow's gone Nova in the up direction, what the fuck? There must have been something that spooked them. Look at that. Just went like, fuck, we're out. No, fuck, we're back. This is a index too, so that's a lot of money. Yeah, gotta be something that spooked them. Either way, it's positive now. From my experience, news is about 10 to 15 minutes. So you'll get the first impact about 5 minutes after the news was posted. Then you'll see the full impact about 15 minutes later. And during that 10-minute period, it's the fast key players make their decision. So, like here, the news would have, or actually this one. So the people that are like insider traders would know somewhere around here, and then they sell off. Then the news hits the market, and then you'll see the reaction 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes later you'll see the rest of the people. So we're at, yeah, so if this is everyone, then the reaction would be about here. So there, maybe this one. So this one here was the sell-off, but people are like, no, and then they bought it all up, right? And then this hits 5 minutes later, hits the real rest of them. The rest of them then oversell, in this case, and then the general public and these guys had time to think, and they decided to go up. But that could have been then the fall down. So like 5 minute gaps, usually is what I see. I've seen times where news took about 30 minutes to kick in, but I think in that case, it's the smart money doesn't care. And then the retail investors finally find out about, 15 minutes later to 20 minutes later. And then they go, oh, you know what? We're going to react. And then they react negatively, which then in turn makes, or positively, which in turn makes the big money react, right? So, because they have like Bloomberg terminals and they got news coming in like that's a minute old. The second it's posted, they know it. So they can react immediately, whereas we rely on Google updating, which is at best a couple minutes late, I guess. So we'll see. Well, people care because there's money lost there, Marshall. It's not, yes, everyone cares about Myanmar or Burma, but what are you going to do to fix it, right? Whereas the Suez Canal, everyone's losing money, and what are you going to do to fix it? Okay, we can push it with a boat, right? Human issues are complex, and political issues or government issues are extremely complex, right? Because you're dealing with people. You can't just push them with a tugboat. So that's why you always see quick and rapid response to economic issues, because there's so much at stake and it's an easy fix or easier fix. But when you have to deal with people, it's always complicated, which is why we have a host of issues. Like, why can't we get rid of poverty in Western countries, right? If we have all this money, well, it's not really poverty that you have a problem with. You have mental illness and you have systemic issues. But why can't we address those? Well, you can't just tell a person to fix themselves, right? So it persists, right? So you can only hope you can build an environment to minimize the problem, but you can't attack it because, what are you going to do? Beat the stupid out of somebody, which may or may not be their fault. So, yeah. But you can adjust your country so that you don't have expectations that every person is supposed to be G.I. Joe and super ripped when not everyone can play on that level. Maybe they were born without legs, or, they have some cognitive issue, so they can't all just do backflips and lift giant trucks. I don't know what G.I. Joe would be, but you get the idea, right? So, yeah. Sociological issues, which is my side job. When I'm not trading stocks, I'm fixing that sort of stuff. So what I do is I just governments have to be inclusive. I be exclusive. So if you can't get with the program, you can fuck off, basically. But I try to make it as open as possible. But when you try to do too much for everyone, you achieve nothing, right? So you try to make your product as broadly as possible, but if you can't use it or don't want to use it or whatever, then you just cut those people off. And then if they take the step to adopt your product, well, I want an iPhone that I can completely work without touching it. It's like the practicality of that is hard. So what Apple does is say, well, you either touch the screen or don't use my iPhone. And so governments can't do that, right? Well, what if I don't have fingers? Well, then don't buy my iPhone. Well, I want one. And so the government has to accommodate people with no fingers. But when you do that, all of a sudden you have a product that's all done by voice, and there's people yelling at a bus stop, and it just gets absurd for 0.5% of the population. So I build that gap. I build the technology where it is for the mainstream, the able, the majority of the population, and I let other companies then do the stuff that's specifically targeted for the no fingers and no legs, or I can't work a screen because it's too complicated. Letters scare me. I can't read, right? Like, I'm not going to have a system that puts up 72-inch font because you're not wearing your glasses. So, yeah, it sounds a little barbaric, but basically in doing that, then you have products that are tailored to making your life better, which is like why phones are so popular, because you can tailor the phone to exactly the way you want it, and you don't have to have stuff you don't want. Everything works for you, right? It's like having your own computer. Everything is set up. It works for you. And so I'm just doing that more on a public scale. So right now I'm working on bus cancellations and pothole detection. But I want to get into digital signage and poverty reduction. So why we're talking about this is because you mentioned Myanmar and people issues, right? So poverty reduction is a big problem. Most of it is mental health. But the problem is there's good people in there that don't have mental health issues, aren't, cognitively challenged, I guess. So there's the people that need help, need support, and then there's people that just done something dumb, made a bad bet, got kicked out of their family, whatever, and they're just in a bad spot. But for all intents and purposes, if you just gave them money and point them in a direction, they would be perfectly fine. They don't need extra help, if you will. So it's those people get lost in the system because the system is built around the people that are the permanent residents, if you will. And the temporary residents get screwed over. 10-year wait list, 5-year wait list. They get a handful of money because they can't be trusted, blah, 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 blah. So I want to work on helping those people. So start separating, basically. Poverty is not a one-size-fits-all. Start separating them to the mid, the top, the low, the mental health, the gamblers, the alcoholics, the drug abusers, the kicked out of their home, the runaway kid. There's a spectrum, right? Off the top of my head. So anyways, that's where I'm headed. But to wrap this all up, yeah, it's an extremely complicated thing. So whenever you deal with people, you can't just yell at somebody and tell them to fix themselves, or yell at a country and tell them to unfuck themselves. And so back in the day, we'd just use force. If I'm a caveman and you don't do what I say, I stab you. If you disagree, you stab me. The winner is right. In a modern society, some places still do that, but we have to use our words because killing each other is frowned upon. So, and it's not really productive. So basically, yeah, you're stuck with, well, how do you fix things with words? And it's basically you have to convince the other person, hearts and minds, to unfuck themselves with words. And then you can see progress. And that's painfully hard. It's much easier just to stab the person and say, fuck you, you don't hunt well, or you're stealing too much, or you're a burden to this Neanderthal community, right? So, yeah, that's the full circle of things. Yeah, well, definitely, I'll scroll up and catch up on the chat. Yeah. Well, the thing with going on with Burma too is it's has the potential to escalate, right? So I was just talking about generalities with people, right? If it turns into a genocidal or like a massacre situation where it's no longer aggressive policing or an angry government using force, which is very common, happens all the time around the world, like every day, but becomes a cleansing, if you will, then you'll see the world react aggressively. But there's no value in dropping yourself into a country, blowing away the government, and then you're there for 12 years restructuring the place, right? They learned that with Iraq, Afghanistan, where else? Congo, Sudan. Now, Eastern Europe did okay, but then you had the same thing with Yugoslavia when it fell. You're technically going to have that with Ukraine and Crimea and the annexation. Military is going to be there for 12 plus years dealing with that. So, you're kind of leery to pull the trigger on that because you're going to be there for a while fixing everything. And that's going to cost your taxpayers a shit ton of money because they're not going to flip the bill for your military intervention, right? So why spend billions of your dollars saving human life for a country to be ungrateful because you dropped in and kicked everyone in the nuts? So you have to wait until the end. Plus, if you do that too, and the country is actually really ungrateful, they start fighting you. So, or if you're in the wrong, if you want to look at it that way. So you have to weigh that out too. Not only will it cost you money, but the people that you're trying to help don't want your help. So it's like, good times. So yeah, you got to work on that angle as well. Yeah. Yeah, we won't talk about China and their love affair for slave shops of the Uyghurs. That's a constant. So Canada's on the forefront of that, and that's a constant mess. Because what are you going to do? Beat up China? So, yeah. But then again, it's like trying to tell the United States to quit having slaves back in the heyday of the slave trade. What are you going to do? Invade the United States over slavery? Right? It took a civil war to get rid of slavery. And that was a huge economic blow to the United States. But it's kind of something that needed to be done, if you will, right? So you're probably going to see the same thing with China in time. Yeah. Yeah, it's complicated. But we're here for AMC, so none of this really matters unless it triggers a conflict. Like if the States goes and beats up Burma, I don't think that'll have any effect on AMC. Life U.S. is pretty good with conflicts. Life continues. War does not shake the country to its core. Defense is one of its leading industries. So conflict is good for the United States. It just makes the world rotate for them. But it will spook the market a little bit if that is the case. But people just readjust their stocks. So you'll have like a depression a tiny bit, and then because there'll be a loss of GDP and all the sort of stuff, as stuff goes from regular to conflict mode. But because the States itself is not being directly attacked, you're going to see a reduction in anything that does work with that country, which if that country doesn't, produce 90% of something, who cares? And what else do you see? And then you'll see an increase of money as people pump money into defense stocks and commodities that are going to be needed to replenish whatever is expended, right? Depending on the scale of the conflict. But I think all of that. So you may see a reduction a little bit in AMC as people take their money out of this high risk and put it into something that's more known. But because I can't see it increasing AMC, it would probably decrease just slightly. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you don't really need to have an ETF. Like, just make your own portfolio. ETFs are just a way of making money off of the regular Joe by selling an index, basically. But then if you don't want to go through the effort of buying those, like, how hard is that? But yeah. Yeah, it's quite the complicated issue. It'd be interesting if we could put countries on the stock market. Like, you could vote how much you like or dislike a country, and then just downvote it, short sell a country. Like, do a world ETF, and just be like, no, this country sucks, and just economically tank it. I mean, you could actually do that. As like, U.S. can do that, China can do that. You can you could bomb a country into oblivion economically if you want to. Um, Basically, just buy up everything, cut off all trade. But then what's going to happen is you're just going to make that country really angry. Its people are going to hurt. It's not going to hurt their military, right? So there's no real value in that unless you're going into like a total war scenario where you're trying to hurt them on all fronts. But we haven't had that for quite a while, so all's good. In 5 minutes, I'll just have to do my Monday check-in with the students, so I'll go mute. But yeah, good conversation. Geopolitical parties are always interesting. Yeah. Oh, we just need this dip to finish. But this volume's kind of poopy poop today. Yeah, we're only at 17 million. Yeah, GME's leveling out. Okay, Dow is still nosediving. What happened to this guy? So they reacted great and then they trickled dead. I wonder what's up. Something happened here. Let's see the news. Oh yeah, the Suez Canal got cleared 28 minutes ago. That would do it. Uh, 10:16. Okay. That's an awesome phrase. As Warren Buffett likes to say, you never know who's swimming naked until the tide goes out. Yeah, that's true. Because if you go with the tide analogy, right? The water level goes up really high. You don't know how much is garbage. And then as soon as you start lowering the water level, all the garbage becomes apparent. And then you can make better decisions. Yeah. that's a neat analogy. I like that. Smart. Yeah, so the S&P is overbought. Well, let's see. What about the NASDAQ? Yeah. Oh, that's the S&P again. I want the Dow. Same news. Okay. Nothing too major based on the headlines. Okay. It's coming out of the hole. So we went into the recovery part of this little U shape and we broke down. We're still above that yellow line, which is good, or we're right on it. But oh yes, I'm a mentor slash teacher on the side. I teach. So on the side, I do those projects I mentioned, right? And then I teach students that are doing data analytic. So I bring my real world experience as a corporation, if you will, to those students. And then I do programming and brain fart. I do programming, databases, AWS kind of stuff, web services, microcontrollers. What the hell are those called? Well, let's just say digital sensors and displays. I merge all that crap together. So, and then I take all that, and then they do a data science, data analytics based on the data points that my sensors and my stuff collects. So, like the bus cancellations, people report on an app or a website. The website then goes, which is a web service, then goes to a larger web service that handles notifications and alerts and 311 calls. So service calls to the city. And so it goes into my master server, and my master server then starts issuing out to different people who needs to go do the work. And then when they do the work, it comes back and goes to the original issuer. So I forget what that's called, a ticketing system. That's what it's called. So my potholes are a good example. Potholes are an input, and they go out to the city, whereas bus cancellations is also an input, but they go off to me. I'm the end recipient. So then I have a system that then displays and notifies based on cancellations. So anyways, yeah, so it's all about expanding that core. That's my business, is this 311 system. No money, no nothing. It's just a not-for-profit. But that's what I do on the side. My main job is software programming for the military, and I'm on medical leave right now trading stocks because I have like this digestive issue that's murdering me. So anyways, that's me in a nutshell right now. But I got to go to that presentation meeting, so I will be back. Good morning, Vietnam. Sorry about the delay there. They had a lot of questions about everything going to hell, but I managed to sort it out. Okay. And I just have a couple of messages I have to get to. Okay, everything's good. Now I can ignore my phone for the next 100 hours. All right, I'm not muted. Okay. So we basically did our dip, and then we collapsed. Let's get this over here. So we didn't get enough height. So we basically did a dip. We went over, or let's move this up. Let's say this is the dip. So we went here. We tried to break out and try to do kind of a thing. Didn't happen, so we collapsed. And then somewhere around here, wherever our support line is, which is like this guy here, we go up the edge. Maybe that's a little better. So we start up the edge. This part didn't get built because we were up here, but we're almost up the edge. So around halfway up the edge is usually where we collapse. So if this is the line, halfway is about here. We collapsed early. We went under our trend line, but there's not really much support here anyways. We recovered, which leads us to believe that there's a bigger U. So like this, something like that. But same problem, couldn't get any height. We didn't break this guy, so that's very negative, causing us to have a deeper drop. And now we're doing a slow growth exit, which is healthy, versus kind of a try to leave. But yeah, so here, we have to beat these numbers, or we're basically going to do this again. Now this is looking promising here. And this is the support line for here. But yeah, I would say this is what kind of depressed us while I was on the phone there. Just pulling us down. What about GME? Yeah, and GME is just treading water. So when I say something is treading water, it's basically, it's continuing making new lows and it's coming back, but it's slowly sinking. So it's new lows each time, exceeding the old ones, but it's not sinking, right? Because if it breaks this, it has a potential to run, but it doesn't. It just goes a bit under. It comes back, but it can't beat the top. So it's basically channeling down. You could also say it that way, but when I say treading water, that's basically my way of saying it's doing this. Or it could be slowly doing that upwards. So doing a slow climb upwards. But it's not going anywhere quick, and it's constantly making new highs or new lows. But I usually use it in a negative sense. It's not enough to crash or go down rapidly, but it's only a matter of time. When you're treading water, you're basically channeling downwards or upwards. You're eventually going to have a breakout if things change. It's just a matter of time. Or you're going to drown, matter of time. So you can't really channel forever. It'd be too weird. So, but that's where it's doing right here. So if I draw this, and let's say here, and I do this, and I go here to, well, here-ish, this is its channel. So it's just doing this, and doing this, and doing this, and whatever, right? It's not an exact drawing here, but you get the idea. Yeah, and technically too, if it's doing a channel, it will have equal lows against a line, right? It'll bounce to the top and bottom. Whereas my euphemism for treading water, it doesn't have to match. It just has to kind of flow in the general direction without crashing. So, but yeah, so you could say this is kind of treading water upwards or channeling upwards. This is more of a channel because look at how tight it is. And then there's our breakout potentially from the channel. But that one's going to hit these guys, which is this blue line. So you're going to have some resistance here. And then it has to go up to 1044 to get us out of this. Now we're at noon, so we really should be doing a lot better than we are. This is a very long dip. So, yeah. Now, our shoulder is, yeah, it depends on which one you're looking at. So that one's completed, and that one completed right here. So this is kind of a very shitty shape, these kind of wedges, but the more macro shape is if we connect this all together. We have an oversell, right, that dropped us down. So if we ignore this piece, we have basically this kind of U shape going on. But because we have that, instead of having a nice U shape, we have this piece going this, jagged, this. So we have this kind of shitty shoulder, basically. But the good news is, if we have this kind of drop down here, well, then we can have it as well here. And that basically gives you kind of like your crown shape where it goes, whoops, let's get rid of all this. Bad drawing. So you have your kind of this, you start to go, you drop, then you level out, you come back, and then you come back and you level out. Yeah, like that. So you have something like that versus a more gradual over time, which would be a U shape. Or rapid is V shape. Anyways, little technical lesson there, but yeah, the macro looks good, but the fact that we had this kind of dragged out is not good. But I think really where we got punished, as you can see from the volume, this really effed us here. So if I take that and I deduct it from this shape, so let's just do I want to draw this U. This is probably how it is. And we deduct this height from the shape, it would be here. So we would be at 1053 right now. Yeah, that would be more correct. Yeah. And then you're when I do this line, right, I'm just shaving this off. I'm leveling it out, averaging it out. But our overall is this. But it just looks bad because we've been pushed down a whole 10 cents or so. But then we should have some technical breakout, which would probably be here. That one's already completed. Possibly here. So one of these red lines, we should then have a surge upwards. So if you were day trading, this would be dangerous because we're coming up on the curve of the shoulder. But once you got over the midpoint here, right, you could pretty much say that this part, till a second it shows weakness, that's easy money. And then if it gets over this line, then it's also easy money. You just have your finger on the sell button, and you basically can get whatever this is until it starts hitting these guys here. But doesn't look like there's anybody in this territory, maybe this guy. So you should have this chunk free of charge, and that's a good percent or two. How much is that? It's a 1% jump. So, and if you bought in, let's say when it started to recover, like right here, then that would be your sell point. So that would get you a 3%, a cool 3%. Yeah. So anyways, that would be based on the technicals, what I'm seeing here. But yeah, as soon as this happened, that's kind of crappy. And then the roll is not good. You had the dead kitty and it rolled. Then you had a second dead kitty and it rolled. This is dangerous territory because it's like, fuck, why are we going down? Why so much? But the volume says it's nobody, right? Which is why we're seeing a recovery. It's just low volume. Nobody gives a shit. And like the volume, we were at what, 15 million, I think, at 10 o'clock, or 13 million at 10 o'clock. So in the next 2 hours, we did basically 5 million an hour. So we've gone real slow compared to the first hour. or the first 30 minutes. Yeah, so anyways. Alright, so we just got to let this run its course. It's really slow volume, yeah. 300s, 400s. So, but as soon, that kind of makes sense because people are unsure. So there's no sellers, just buyers. And the buyers will get us to a technical point, and then the buyers will kick up. But there's a potential for a drop here, but we got some support. It's been really good, slow, organic build up here. So, and on low volume. So there's no commitment to sell basically here. So we should be okay. We'll see. I just saw your message backstop. It's good when you tag me if you want me to see things, because then it comes up as orange. When we were a small group, it wasn't necessary because I read the chat all the time. But now it's AMC. Scrabble just sent me a notification that says take your Scrabble to the moon. Rocket, rocket, rocket emojis. Oh my god, Scrabble. Everyone wants to get in on this. So yeah, I didn't inform them about my AMCs, but they do know I stock trade in the mornings. It's what I do. So it also gets me off the hook. I don't have to do any work till later in the day. So when I have the meetings, it's like, later. And then sometimes it never happens because I'm not feeling, I usually don't feel good at the end of the day. Luckily, the stock market closes just at the time I start to feel like shit. So it all works for me. Well, if you missed my giant statement, I would say your buy-in was 2 minutes ago. So if you can day trade, your buy-in should have been 2 minutes ago. If you can't day trade, your buy-in should have been 30 minutes ago when I was on the phone. I didn't know you were looking for a buy-in. But if you can day trade, there's going to be a technical breakout, and you should be able. It should hit this line real soon, 1055. You can either wait for it to get through these lines, which is probably better, or you can risk buying now and selling there. But it all depends on your financial situation. I wish I could put these side by side so I can make them smaller. It won't let me do that, will it? No. Yeah. Ooh, 30K. Nice. Then I'd probably wait out on that. So drop your 30K once it breaks, let's say 1044, 1045, and then get out as soon as it shows resistance climbing this mountain. And if it doesn't, then we'll see this blue line go for a run here. Yeah. Yeah, the markets are all friggin' red, but they're coming out of it, so we should be good. But noon is usually the high for most stocks, like most days. So if this is the best we can do, we can only go down from here. But it is Monday, so Monday can be an all trending upwards day. Yeah, I think Mondays are generally, I'd say 80% of the time, positive. They may not come out, like they might start red, but that's usually because they gap down in the morning. But the general trend is always up after the initial sell-off, usually. I've probably seen maybe 20% or so that have gone
either started good, crashed, or did good, then crashed, or something like that. So if you buy any part, the moral of that story is if you buy any part, let's say afternoon, if it's not already crashing, it's 80% chance of going up. Or if you buy after the dip, 80% of going up. But you need to watch the 12 o'clock to see if there's a reversal. And for that 20% chance or so. Yeah. But generally it doesn't make fresh lows, so it may make a low in the day, but it doesn't punch through. Like on a Monday, we would not go down to 10.05. Like it just take incredible effort, and it'd just not be good. So this is good for us. Like we were going down pretty hard. We stabilized on Friday, so we have the whole Monday to help lift us up. Versus if we kept plummeting, the Monday would have been the turnaround day. So I think once we're clear of this, then we're going to basically continue this trend line right here, basically. So we're basically in the U right now, right? And if we come up, it's probably going to take the whole day to complete it, but we're going to basically come up to 1075 sort of deal by end of day or better. And then that will get us to the first shoulders here at 1067. And we want to get to somewhere around here. I don't know which one of these is going to be this is the real shoulder, but I think one of these is going to hold us up just because there's so much air. One of these is going to be a resistance point because there's no way we're just going to rock it like that. I mean, I guess it's possible, but these guys, anything's possible. But one of these guys should cause us some trouble, or all of them, depending on our momentum. But yeah, I'm still pretty optimistic here. We're looking, on the macro, we're just doing a big ass U shape. It would have been nicer to see this, which is still possible, but but whatever happened here on the 26th, really we gotta climb out of that hole. That undue negativity. Yeah. But if I flatten this down, it's looking pretty good. So we still have to deal with the robot, but a gradual drop, but still our low volume is up. Gradual drop. Gradual drop. And then this one, we're doing good. We're like flat, but then the sentiment changes, but then we recover. So this one's a general down. And then we do a heavy drop with a general negative sentiment, which then escalates, which then comes back to you guys were wrong, roaring, ripping a 30% day. But this one's very jagged. So there's a lot of indecision, right? And then we level out. And then we level out. And then we're basically looking at where we are now. Yeah. So, I think we're gonna we've done enough leveling out. We should probably get our surge. So actually, we may get our surge today. Yeah, maybe. This indecision's not good. We really need just straight up decision one direction, but it's good though we have a bunch of peaks. The peaks are us trying. When there's no peaks like this, right? It's basically condemning it to death or condemning it up. But usually it's negative. Nobody wants to touch it. It's a dying horse. Where here it's like, yeah, let's fucking go. And the seller's like, you're stupid. And the buyer's like, haha, no, we're not. And so there's a lot of fighting to which the buyers won and then the sellers won. But at least it shows, commitment. Because, we have a lot of that back here, right? We're doing great. And then the fucking robot just murdered our sentiment. But and Paris. This one I think was the Paris lockdown announcement. So, yeah. Or that was the Paris lockdown, and that was the Treasury yields. But I think they were the same day. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So, yeah, I think we're on the recovery phase. I'm just gonna look at the monthly, since this is gonna just take some time. I want to reassure myself I'm not making bad decisions. Yeah, so this is where we are right now, basically. So this mountain here is this guy here, right? And we're basically going to make one of these. So they had it up in the middle. We're a little more aggressive. This took almost a month, right? This was the 25th to, felt like a month, to the 10th. So how many weeks is that? Go back, February 25th. So that was 2 weeks. Yeah, it felt like a month. And then this one here was almost a month. So this is the same thing. This just has it up in the middle. This one's a little guy here, right? And then basically, if we went really big, we're probably going to do a giant U, right? So this is coming. The rocket ship period is coming. But we're currently on the this kind of piece, I would guess, or we're on the flat piece for the giant U. I don't really know, but there's going to be a point. Actually, we're probably on the flat piece, so we're going along here, right? And then basically the ultra macro, we're basically on the largest one. We're on the upswing of the biggest one. So we're starting the recovery. So we're right here. On the medium one, we're probably here. And then this will be the announcement for theaters are open and COVID is officially dead, right? And then here, this part will start when that part kicks off. And then if we go back to here, this U shape is probably like this. And this was all just too much happiness, too much early, because the stock is only worth about $10 here, right? Yeah, if the stock's only worth $10 at March, right? Or no, the end of March. So at the start of March, it's worth like $5, right? So the price should be right about here. So all of this is hype. So over here, we're worth $10 here, and then we add the hype, so we should be hitting 15 tops, right? So we're on track. Everything looks good. It's just a matter of keeping it all in perspective. That's a lot of tits. But yeah, so anyways, back to where we are. So we're coming up the side here. So using this guy here, we don't have one of these, and we went flat over multiple days, but I think we're right here, or maybe even here. We'll see by end of day. So we're coming up the side, and we just need to get about this much more, and then we'll be able to break the upper bounds. But yeah, I think we'll be okay once we get into the 11s and the 12s. Basically, like we did that one day, we ripped up the 30% here. We just need to get back to here, and then we can do this. But we need to clear this level. Get back on the proper floor. Let's clean this all up. Okay. And let's look at the 1 minutes. Yeah, so let's take a look at who. So here we went up. So this is either the halfway point or so, or this is the shoulder. So this is a completed U shape to here and to here. So that was us hitting the shoulder, basically, and we didn't have enough energy to do this piece, and we're now rolling. Now that's fine. So because this is a sizable jump, right? Like, you're asking it to basically do a green straight up. And I don't think with this volume, we don't have that energy. So what's going to happen is we're going to do this a few times, and then we'll break through, get sucked back, and then we'll have to do this to get our way out. But what we don't want to see is it hitting any of these lows, and then it's going to just go straight down if it does. We want it to find support, probably right about here, and head on back. But it's a Monday, so we should be generally trending upwards. And see here when it breaks through, I did this without even thinking, but here when it breaks through, it gets a boost, right? So 1, 2, 3 boost, but it didn't get enough, so it got sucked back in this scenario. But then it finally gets just enough to get free, comes back, but not enough to get sucked, and whee, off it goes. Yeah, I did that without even thinking, but it should follow somewhere, something along that line. And then once it gets clear of this, then you could see your upswing, right? And then that, if we keep that drawing in mind, that puts us about halfway up the shoulder, or it completes a really shitty W, depending on our energy. If we got really good energy, we might be able to go right up to 1152 and make like a big W. But I think that's going to take another day. I think we're going to need a day to level out. Yeah. But who knows? Yeah. Yeah, what I don't want to see is us to complete this W. And that would get us fooked. We go right back down to 8 something. And then we get our rocket out again. That would suck. And that is a potential possibility. So if the negativity increased, we would have a giant W here. Right? Like this. And then we potentially roll here. So if we get stopped here, and it doesn't just become like this shape, which is a dead cat, or it's a W that basically broke through. So people are buying the rebound, but they don't commit, then you have a dead cat and it goes down. If they do commit, then you have a W. But when you get halfway up the W, it could roll, and then that's where you get your 2 mountains. If it goes into a second W, then you get your 3 kings. If it rolls again, there's your 3 kings, and it's going to collapse considerably, because basically you tried, and fuck it, you didn't do it. You're gone. Usually, though, it breaks out here and goes up if things aren't bad. But that's basically just, 1-step pattern, 2-step pattern, 3-step pattern. So there's a potential that we're going into, the big W. And then if that happens, then there's the potential that we're going to roll because we can't get over $10, and we go into, what I just described. But I'm hoping we can get clear of this so we don't make a W, and we're essentially going to make, and we're not going to make a crown, so we're not going to do this, and then do this, and then flat out. That wouldn't be good either. So crown is essentially the dead cat, but with a matching dead cat, or a matching, I guess, Superman cat, whatever the opposite of a dead cat is on the other side, and that builds your crown. Easy come, easy go is essentially the core component of the crown. But since we kind of built that up, I don't know. Because that's our 30% day I think that's our 30% day, isn't it? And so is that one here. Both of those were 30%. But we paid for this one probably here. So if we did have a crown, it would likely be paid off. And we also have this too. So this is supporting us. If this didn't exist, we'd be in a very likely we'd come down and do a crown shape because this wasn't paid for, basically, right? But because we had this and we have this, this is kind of payment for this. So, although that is pretty dangerous now that I look at it, actually. I should be worried about that, actually. That is... Yeah, but I think, yeah, there's a couple of supports in here. Well, that's something to pay attention about, because we don't want to form a crown shape. Because, yeah, easy come, easy go. Here, easy come, and then we retract, 20%. So this is kind of paid for, which gives us our launching pad. But there's not a lot of support in here in case we decide to go down. And we're going into a pendant shape, which might mean we're going for a breakout. This is the 30-minute. I'll look at the chat in a second if you guys are talking to me. I'm just still processing this chart. A little bit to take in here now that I've looked at it in a different light. Yeah, we're right here right now, which is this. So, 11:07 we could probably do by end of day. 11:23, yeah, we could pull it off. Yeah, basically noon yesterday, and then yeah, we're just making a gigantic U shape. You can kind of see it better here. And then hopefully once we get over that noon yesterday, or last Friday, that will give us our platform to get up to this. But yeah, see, there's no support here, which is why we fell really so hard. Yeah. Well, I mean, the news kicked us off, but without the support lines, like you were here for that day, most of you. Right here, we gapped down like considerably because of this. I remember watching when this was happening because it was like, no support, so it just goes thump, right? Then we dig ourselves out, and then there's no support, so thump overnight, because overnight is wish-washy. And the only support we had is what we had during the day. And then, yeah, we fell to here. And then once we broke through here, we fell very quickly. Yeah. And then here, same thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, it would suck if we fell to 8 something. Because, yeah, we don't have much support here. So really, the only thing that's holding us up is this. And that's where we are right now. It's pretty dangerous territory. But we do have these guys, 954, and this is quite a bit of days. So that gives us some, and there's all of this too, right? And I'm sure this, and there's probably a stick here I can't see from laying on the couch. That's what's holding us up at the moment. Regardless, we should be seeing in the next 30 minutes a breakout, I think. And it should be pretty sizable. But let's see. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the 30-minute chart I did the lines off of. And that was based off of this guy. But let me adjust it. Where's the circle? And there we go. And this guy, yeah, we're going into a massive wedge. An atomic wedgie, if you will. Yeah, that's a huge wedge. So you can just draw an invisible line. Well, here. So here. Yeah. Which makes sense. We wanted to go up. We had a bit of a retraction and then an oversell. Then we recovered from it for the most part, but we can't go up. So it's like now there's indecision. Yeah. Because we tried to go up rapidly and we tried to go down rapidly, and both of them were defeated. So where the fuck does the stock want to go? And then this is why you're going to get this. Yeah. That makes sense now. Yeah, see, it's hard to tell when you're in it, but looking back, hindsight allows you to play back what's going on. But the key is you got to train yourself to try to predict what's going to happen by forecasting based on what you see before it happens. And that's why I like to draw a lot, because then I can draw the fake history, and that helps me predict the future. And then you can use basic technicals like this, and the basic technicals then give you the confirmation that what you're drawing is more or less correct. Less correct or more correct, depending. So this is telling us we have indecision, which is now very apparent on the larger scale. Now, is it going to break down or break up is the question. And then I'll quickly check the chat. I want to think we're completing a U shape, but if this is the halfway mark, I'll just measure. Halfway is here. Fuck, it is. Ball sacks. So this Gantt chart, right, it works going down because it doesn't want to be at halfway, so it continues, right? And so on the way up, this chart's more accurate. But you can also use it on the way down, but you don't know where the bottom is. So the stock market knows where the bottom is, where people are going to stop. But if you knew, you could put this chart down and you could predict properly, but you don't why it's happening. But once it's happened, you do know. So on the way down, this was going to be the bottom spot, let's just say. In the future, that would be. But see, we're hitting around the halfway mark to recovery land, which is basically $14. So we just hit the halfway point of the upswing. That is a really ugly U. And now we're rolling. So if we roll at the halfway mark, that's a failed U. So it's like this. Oh, shit. Too high. So it's like that. So that means our U failed. So the only thing we can do is either we go flat and we go up, which is where we are now, or we curve over and then we start a fresh low. If we hit a fresh low, then we are looking at a potential to either make a W, right, which is that earlier thing I don't want to happen, or we collapse, and because there's no support here, there's only this guy here, and his friends, whatever this guy connects to, then we risk, collapsing into the abyss. Yeah. Ew, that's not good. So anyways, that definitely raises the risk profile a little bit. Let's just put a red line here. So we want to stay away from this red line. So we'll see. So if this trends downwards, I'd get out of its way until it starts the W, the recovery process. But we're right here right now. So if we start to do this, then get the fuck out of its way. If we go up, it should be good. We'll have a nice breakout till about this line. And then it has to make a decision at the the 5 line plus this resistance line, whether or not it's going to jump up to probably this guy, which is the 7-5 line. We'll see. But anyways, I will quickly check the chat. All right, scroll. And oh yeah, Belts is farming for money. Well done. Oh, I didn't miss much. Okay, good. I thought I missed a lot more. Okay. Well, all right. Yeah. Well, wait till it crosses this line, which I think you may have timed it very well, Stone Age. This might be the breakout. You need to see a commitment from the volume, though. So right now the volume says it's going back into the pennant shape. So you're going to see red as other people realize that. There'll be a sell because it's not having any velocity. Oh, that's the 5 minute. Whoops. Oh, that's fine. Okay. So same thing on the 5. So see there's your red because there was no velocity, right? But it's still too early to tell on the 1 minute. But on the 5 minute, it's probably going to pull itself back in. Yeah, see, it tried to, but you also got a little bit of support here because it's slow growth. So there's kind of a double whammy. This is keeping it up. So you may get a breakout. That's why slow organic growth is good, because you build up a lot of support on your way up. Also, why slow organic draining, or whatever it's called, decay, is bad, really bad. Yeah. But yeah, there's definitely no commitment from the volume, right? There's like half or a third of the commitment in the last 5 minutes than this guy. So it doesn't, we need to get this kind of commitment, to really kick us off. Hooligan. Oh yeah. Yeah, no need to panic. I'm just analyzing your choice, and it's not a bad one. Yeah. I would have let it. So then we're going into an S shape, hopefully. So if this goes over this, that's when I would buy in. But I think you took the risk, and you probably bought in here, or when it broke this guy here. And so you'll get the reward if this goes up, which it should. What does it need? A penny? Yeah, 2 pennies. Come on. 2 pennies and we'll go for a flight to Mars. So it broke channel as well. About the hell is that? 30 minutes ago. Dow's doing good. S&P's doing good. Yeah, so, well, NASDAQ not so much. S&P's might break out. The Dow has broken out. So, yeah, I think we might get our green. Volume committed for here, but you have commitments on the red. So, no dice. Yeah, the volume's just murdering us right now. That could have been a nice S. Now with the low volume, it could be that like, so these get added together, these get added together, and then it's going to take 2 minutes for us to, so we just basically go look at the 3-minute chart, and that'll look a little better. It all depends. If the volume's so low, our patterns might be stretched out. So, but definitely we've completed this. But yeah, we have to get over this. I think we can do it. And if we can get over this, we can get fresh highs, then we're gonna probably sail up. And then yeah, this is gonna be our quest. But we're starting to get later in the day, so poop. But yeah, this one's gonna be, we need a lot of momentum to get through this one because that's the 0.5. So if we don't have enough speed, we're gonna come back to this guy. And that's what I was doing earlier before I got distracted, is I was doing the regressing chart to figure out which ones of these guys are going to be the ones that are give us support or trouble. So, because this makes the rest of that what's to come basically as well, because they formulate the major lines. So then when we look into the future that wasn't written at that time, we'll start to see, right, the things all line up. The stars will align. So this one here is this guy here. And you can see it turned around right in it. That's pretty cool. And then this one broke through, but basically down channeled. But anyways, where are we here? So we are currently floating here. Okay, we got a bit to go. So it's still trying to break out. Yeah. All right. So let this run its course. Excuse me. And we got a nice channel forming this way. Now that we have a second point of data. Yeah. Well, we might. So if I can get this chart to stop friggin' moving around. I need a hotkey that switches me back to this between the paintbrush and the, yeah. So if this goes sideways to about here, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes from now, then you probably will see your uptick here. Yeah. And then we'll break out of this channel. Yeah, we'll see. Still looking pretty positive. We're riding along the top part of the pennant, though. No stomach to go down and no stomach to go up. If we look at GME, what have they been doing? So they broke channel, but same thing. They're just riding on top of it now. Okay. Dow's on a tear. Holy crap. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Holy. So that's a tear. You know, it runs a little bit of profit taking, but nope, fuck you. I don't even know you. Fuck you too. So there's going to be a sizable retraction, just kind of like this one, about 20% or so. So probably to here. But then it can go take off again. Yeah. Yeah, just like this one. That's a good example. You didn't pay for it, you paid for it. And then this is the organic. Then this is the negativity. And then there's your tear. You paid for it there, and you're going to pay for it. Yeah. All in all, that's pretty normal, pretty healthy. So they're on their way out. Yeah, GME's still not doing so good. But maybe they can turn that into a W. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. And then yeah, we look like we're on our way to get out of this slump. Yeah, I think we're on the edge of the U. If you kind of level this out, if I do a 45-minute maybe. Yeah, you can sort of see the U, right? So in the next hour or two, we could start building up this wall. Or if we're really lucky, we'll go right up to, yeah, I think it's 11. So yeah, we'll probably go to 11. And if we're really lucky, we can go to 14. Probably in 2 days from now. Yeah. Yeah, so 3 days down, 2 days across, 3 days up. Yeah, I think that's where we're on plan too. And it's also probably why our volume's kind of low, because nobody wants to play on a stock that's slowly recovering. But as soon as we start showing, great promise, they'll all pile in, right? So that's good. Everybody likes easy money. Yeah, that one's from Austin Powers Gold member. I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you. And I hate you. Yeah. Yeah. Some of these red sell-offs are definitely fuck yous. Like someone's literally just slapping us. Same with the buys. When they're irrational, they're just like YOLOs or fuck yous or whatever you want to call them. So, if they're not from panic, then they're done out of spite, basically. Irrational buying is just out of spite or fear of missing out, one of the two. Rarely is it cool, calculated, or methodical. Most stockbrokers are not methodical. The best ones are, but majority are going to be emotional. Even I'm not very emotional. I don't really care. But I'm definitely driven from risk, and the risk comes from a gut feeling kind of deal, which is an emotion. What's the probability? How do I feel about the probabilities, right? Versus just using sheer numbers. Partly just because I'm not good at math. I can barely add and subtract. But so I have to use kind of visuals and feelings. But don't let disability define you. I am a walking, talking example that you're only disabled if you want to be. Man. Not that I'm a success story kind of one of those things, but or role model. But yeah. Yeah. Humans are incredibly good at adaptation and overcoming challenges. It's like our best trait. We're like the raccoons of the human world. You just give us a problem. Is there food at the end of this? Yes. I will figure this shit out. Yeah. In this case, our food is money. That's what drives us. And we are creative as shit. Oh, and survivability, right? You know, safety, security. Money plays into that. Yeah. 1074. Yeah, I think we're good. Let this run its course. Ugh. Oh, and thanks for getting that guy in the chat. Since he didn't tag me directly, I didn't see it. When I'm laying on the couch, it's I'm a little bit farther away from the screen, so it's harder to see the chat. It's quite small. But yeah, we're on our way. Just gonna take a while. I guess I could draw a horse. This looks like a horse. This is like trying to make shapes out of the clouds. Helps pass the time. And I'll give it a saddle. And I name you Clip Clop. Majestic stock steed. And you shit out money. Those are dollar bills. Just so they don't look like giant turds. Yeah. The neck's a little long. Proportions aren't right. Yeah. Although llamas have, or an alpaca, has a cute head. And a llama is pretty ugly. Alpacas look cute. So that's kind of the sloppy ears, and then the alpaca can be cartoonified as a cute. Oh my god, that is horrible. Give it eyes and a cute face. Oh my god, so bad. And then a big nose. Oh, that's just okay. I'm gonna stop. That's just, oh no, so bad. There we go, close enough. We'll just use your imagination. Oh, Taddy's back from the dead. That's good. My llama's seen better days. I mean, it does look like a horse, but I guess I gotta get the proportions right. I guess a horse has more mid-torso, a tinier neck, and a better head. Yeah, I guess the key part is a lean neck and a bigger body. Yeah, and then a tail. Whereas a llama is more stubby, a small mid-torso compared to a long neck. Yeah. And then a giraffe is even more extreme because it has to eat trees that don't grow close to the ground. Hence why all of these animals have long necks. Yeah. Legs are for staying alive, and the long neck is to reach the grasses or branches. But more so, they can eat the leaves that the stubby little ground animals can't eat. Yeah. Let's see. So this horse is our Trojan stock horse. Is coming along nicely. Just give it some wheels. There we go. Or it's on a skateboard, one of the two. Actually, that's what I should eat today. I should have some beans. I haven't had a good chili or even just beans in a while. I hope so. We better get some Achilles leadership here. Which, if you haven't seen it, Troy on Netflix was quite good. It's a bit of a summary, but the visuals is good, and it hits all the major points of the. I believe that's the Odyssey. No, yeah, maybe it is the Odyssey, or the Odyssey is the trip home from that. Can't remember. The buyers are in the horse. Take that, Troy. Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's Troy the movie with like Brad Pitt, but there's like a mini series on Netflix. That it was quite well done. Yeah. Yeah. I remember when Troy the movie came out, and that was quite the visual. Just the amount of people. I watched Blues Brothers last night just for something in the background, and I forgot just how much extras are in the movie. Like the movie itself is very nondescript. It's a kind of a cult favorite now, but it's the sheer amount of extras and people, and like a good 30% of the movie is just a chase scene with thousands of people. It's pretty ridiculous. But I forgot that's really its staying power, is the absurdity of it versus the actual storyline. Yeah, my repertoire is of movies and shows I watch is generally flocks towards action adventure, I guess. I like seeing new places. Like I really loved all the Mission Impossibles for just their wide panning shots. Um, I really liked how Blade Runner merged, how Cyberpunk basically merged Asian culture, specifically Japanese culture, with all the best parts of whatever it could find to try to paint a new world, which is probably why I like sci-fi so much. The world building is really interesting. Um, yeah, and then the dialogue gets very brainy sometimes because then you can touch on societal issues, and then you can see them try to fix poverty or try to deal with racism. Like Star Trek had white face, black face fighting black face, white face. It was a little on the nose, but the point is, the two sides are basically the same, except for the difference of face color, and then they go and fight each other over it. And so oh shit, I was not looking for a second. I was reading Reddit chat. We got a nice breakout here. Looks like our Achilles is kicking some ass. Yeah, I saw this and then I looked down for a second and look at that volume. Very nice. 16. So 3, 6, 9, 12, 4-time increase in volume. Yeah, so that was probably what we finally needed. And that, I bet, is this guy here. So let's see. Let's get rid of all this. And let's take a look at what support line. I'm curious what support line was broken to get us out. And actually this one here, why we're at it. So, okay, so we did the top of this. That's the breakout, right? Yeah. So we did the top of this, and we're now stalling here. So is this guy. This guy. That would make sense. It wouldn't really be these guys. It would be more of where we stopped. Because the sellers couldn't continue or didn't want to, and the buyers came out. So that's usually your line. Because then you pick up a bunch of buyers, and the sellers are all gone. I would say the bottom of these are stronger than tops, but tops are kind of the same. Sometimes you get support on the edges here, but it's usually the tops or the bottoms. I think bottoms are slightly stronger than tops. Just because the sellers F off, where the tops mean the buyers F'd off. But I guess it's easier to always find sellers. So, yeah. And stocks generally drift upwards. So, yeah. Oh, guess I could go a little further. And yeah, see you there. There. Okay. So now we're clearing all of this, which is the peak from Friday. Yeah, this is Friday. So we're getting there. And then this is going to be the crazy ass climb, but I think we're going to jump up on that one. So that's good. We got through all of this again. Yeah. So this will be the second time we've gone out of this shithole. First, second. And then we'll be dealing with this. Yeah, so at least we're now back on a good floor. 11's a little bit better. 11 gets us into here-ish. and it gets us up on these guys over here that I keep going back to. That's 11 or so. So we're now in the in-between here, but I don't think this matters too much. We've built up a couple of days going down, so it's going to be these guys. They're closer, more relevant, and this is what's giving us the support right now. We just have to get through it. Yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot of chop right here. We're over most of it though. So 1062, and we should jump up. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're good if we can just get out of this this slump. So we'll see how it plays out. But this is very good. Small retraction, off it goes. Small retraction, off it goes. Okay, I'm going to actually make some food. The volume is low, so what we want to see if this is going to take off is a commitment on the volume. So this kicked us off, which is good, but we need to see a commitment. So you're going to see the volume ramp up, so it'll go small, bigger, 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 and then you're going to see this. So this with volume commitment, even if it looks kind of like this, it doesn't matter. It just needs to ramp up. But I'd hope it'd be about medium size here. And if that's the case, then she's going to go take off till 1077. If it goes above 1077, then she's going to go flying. And we're not too far away from that. So that's a possibility. But I'm just going to make some food. I don't think we're going to hit 1077 in the next 5, 6, 7 minutes. But you never know. And then I'll be right back. Yep. testing. There we go. So I'm going to make a little bit of a heavier lunch. So it's probably going to take me probably 10, 12 minutes, maybe a half an hour. I was going to make something quick, but then I realized I have some expiring tofu, and I'm like, I'll make some Asian stir fry real quick. But it'll take a few minutes for that to boil water and me to do the stir frying. And it's kind of one of those things you got to pay attention to or you burn your house down. So this is curving a little early, but I think we're still good. But we're still waiting for that commitment to come in. So we'll see how this plays out. At least the rest of the market's gone green. So either way, I think we're going to walk away with a few percents today at least. But I'm thinking we're going to get a surge coming up. This might make a giant S shape. Just going to take a while. Oh, yeah. Normally I just have like a pizza or something I cooked the night before. But yeah, I realized, that tofu's got to get eaten. That shit's expensive, at least here. Yeah. Constant soy consumption is not great. No, tofu's not bad. Essentially, it's just a meat alternative. But yeah, constant soy is not good for men because estrogen production gives you the boobs. And soy is full of estrogen. Also feeds cancer if you have cancer. So, nah, I'm well good, John. I know nutrition pretty well. It's just it's a staple in Japanese diet. And so if I'm making stir fry, it goes with the territory. But yeah, my diet's pretty much 90% meat and no vegetables at all. But once in a while, I like to get my vitamins up so my bones don't fall out of me, basically. It's good to eat some crops once in a while. But yeah, no, I lost a lot of weight, and that's how I know a fair deal about nutrition, because I had to research it all. And when I want to lose weight, then I go hardcore ketogenics, which is pretty much all meat, which is awesome. But I want to live forever, you're going to have to throw some crops in there. So, yeah. I know. Soy is fine. It's just if your diet is all soy because you're, a psychotic animal activist, or for some reason you just cannot find anything else, then you run a risk of problems. Yeah. But that is how it is. I don't eat enough of it. So I will be back. I'll see you in probably 20 or so.
And I'm back. So it looks like we peaked, and it just doesn't have the momentum to get up and over. But we are later in the day, so making new highs after 12 is hard to do. So I guess that was our best. But meh. So hopefully we'll finish somewhere 1070 or so. Hopefully above these yellow lines, and then that will set us off nicely for tomorrow. So I'm just gonna munch on this food while watching the inevitable. Interesting how the Dow and everybody spiked at the same time down here. Interesting. Probably a good piece of news, I guess. All right, I just pounded down almost a pound of tofu, noodles, and half a pound of vegetables. Not bad. Gets me where I need to go, which is to the end of the day. So yeah, we're just pooping around here. So we completed a crown here, and that's just because we lost, excuse me, we lost the momentum. So this part here is just because you lost momentum, causing that. And then when it treaded here, you're basically very close to here. So you can see that the volume ramped up basically on the way down. And that's also because the volume ramped up on the way up. So those people want to get out before they go back to zero, which basically makes the crown. If this was to take off, which is, rare, but could be, then it would have taken off considerably and exceeded this guy. But not to be. It would have looked, I guess, more like, I guess if this didn't go down here, it would look like this. And it would have taken off a little sharper, minus this piece here. So, which gives you kind of your check mark, which is a very good sign. And I noticed there's a little W here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, talking after eating, for whatever reason, causes the burping. So, yeah. So we're just waiting for this to finish whatever it's going to do. Now, it's in a kind of a negative channel at this point, so we're hoping for something to, break up at some point. And we got quite a bit of support here, so I think we can do it. We'll see. Yeah, well, that's the problem with eating crops, right? Meat is fights while it's alive. Crops fight when it's dead. So they continue to haunt you. It's just not the same. I like my food dead when I eat it, not still alive. Like a mushroom, if you didn't digest that mushroom, it probably would start digesting you from the inside out. Same with pineapple. Pineapple does try to digest you from the inside out. Them enzymes. But damn, pineapple's delicious. But yeah, it's not... I guess it's not fast enough to beat the cell's regenerative cycle, but it definitely does damage. Since that was our second peak and didn't surpass the previous. What, this one? Yes. So at the time leading up to the second peak, there's still a chance, right? But once it becomes confirmed, then it starts, because we didn't get enough height, then it's going to start a negative trend. So basically when this happened here, you knew it was either going to, if it didn't get up real soon, so probably by here, it's confirmed that it's going down. And this is like double confirmation that it's not coming back. So here I'd still be on the fence, but that large red and the fact that there's no responding green guarantees that this red is going to come. And if these two reds come, then you're going to get this. So, I can't predict where it's going to go, but the lack of buying strength pretty much guarantees it's going to drop. And because that happens, this will happen and that will happen and so forth and so forth. But we're at a point now where it can make a decision. It could have made a decision maybe on one of these resistance points, but yeah, if we could get over these mountains, then we would have kept going. But we didn't have the buying power to do it, so
here's where we ended up. But if we did, or let's say all the sellers kind of fucked off, if we did get over this, then that would amplify our buyers, because then people would be like, oh no, it's getting high, I want to get in. But you have to get over these to get that bonus. As you get closer to this, the selling power increases. So if you don't have the buying power to counteract the increased selling power as you get to resistance points or ceilings, then this happens every time. And that's kind of how the stocks work. You have to you can't predict if who's gonna come out to play. You don't know the volume. You don't know if the buyers or the sellers are gonna win, but you can tell if the battlefield, if you will, is favorable to one or the other, which will then amplify or hinder whoever shows up. And that's the best we can do, basically. Yeah. To give it a quick summary. But yeah, you're definitely right. But of course, it's hindsight. If we're looking at the chart like this, it still has a good chance. And then as soon as you see that, it's like, fuck it. And then, yeah. And we can see by the amount of negativity, so this one's actually a lot less than this one, less aggressive. We're getting better. Our drops are smaller. But if we go back a day or two, right, our drops are aggressive. So much red. Heavy red, heavy red. All the reds are heavy and all the greens are tiny, right? So yes, it's self-fulfilling prophecy. If the greens were bigger and the reds were smaller, we'd be going up. But you're basically looking at the summary when you look at the screen. So you have to kind of play it back. If all the reds are negative, the people during this time are all unhappy. Green being happy, red being unhappy. So we're seeing a reduction in energy. Then we see an increased energy, but it's mostly positive. But the negativity, when it does come in, is severe. And now it's starting to taper out again. And other than this, which is like the morning, and we're zoomed in, yeah, I think we're getting better. Because, I mean, if we deduct this guy here, because he's fake, and maybe that guy too. But anyways, it's not a science. It's the best I can do. No, that's fine. And sorry if it was a long-winded explanation. It's just hard to explain, per se. Or concisely explain. Because I don't have all the answers either. I can only give you what I know. I just updated the stream title with 8 rocket emojis. And let's see if that brings in the concurrent viewers. So for the tofu, I usually just make meals for the sake of making meals. So with tofu, I can actually eat tofu just by itself, but like just eat it like raw because it tastes kind of like soggy cereal or extra watery rice. But the best way to do it is just kind of like fried rice. Just try to get some of the water content out of it. And like any type of grain, the second you burn it, like toast, fried rice, crispy cereal, like frosted flakes versus whatever, it gives it that taste. So yeah, that's what I usually do it. No, so you don't use oil. You just as long as it's wet, and then once it's because there's water. As long as you have water, it's going to cook without sticking. And then once it gets kind of dehydrated, you toss in a bunch of salt and then stir very quickly. The salt will dry out the outside, and then you'll be able to fling it around without sticking. But the key is high heat and get the water out, then salt it. And then you basically get toasted meat cubes or soy cubes, I guess. Anyways, yeah, so it just adds a little bit of chomp to an otherwise empty meal. I think I bought it so I could make Indian food. I was going to make butter chicken or paneer. I think a tofu paneer. I don't know. Essentially butter chicken with tofu. But I didn't get around to it, and then I just saw it when I was getting a drink, and I was like, oh, I should probably eat that. Which is why I normally make my meals before this stream, but I was like, you know what, I'll do it midstream because it's like molasses today. Yeah. Not every day is going to be a winner. How's my awesome cool? Still at 28. Fuck. Yeah. I'm going to have to buy that. Second it retracts. Yeah. That one is, well, a week ago, that was a very high risk stock. Even now, it's still risky, but I would say the ultra high risk is reduced. And so much so it's quadrupled in price. So, not bad. Oh, yeah, we're good. Yeah, there's no, I'm not, like, this was kind of a little tedious, but I think we're seeing like a little bit extra extremism in the negativity. I wish there was a way I could just tell the chart to like go find all the red candles and reduce it by 20%, and then we probably see that it would look like what we normally see. Or maybe I should write a script that measures the red and compares it, and then it gives you a happy versus sad sentiment, and then weighs it against the volume. Actually, that would be very useful. There might be something that already exists for that. Using the volume, it weights the negativity. I'm pretty sure there actually is that. But is it safe to look away? Yeah. Let me see. I think I remember that one. I think it's the money flow, right? No. On balance volume? No. I love that one. Ultimate. Why is this not coming up? Oh, that's why. Yeah, the on balance volume, I believe, it does this the volume of positive versus negative. So when there's like a spike here, right, we add to the on. So that's the ebb and flow, but I don't know where it sets itself to 0.
Like, where's it? I don't know enough about this one. And this one is the momentum one. Yeah, there is one that shows, you can see it on Webull a lot. It goes green and red, and it does like a line down the middle. I don't know which one that is. It's been a while since I've used. Oh, that's cool. So if we do swing trading, you get zigzag, the pivots, and the volume. If you do oscillators, if you use the MA, yeah, a lot of people like MA. All of the, wow, swing trading doesn't even use, oh, there's volume. I was like, what? Swing trading doesn't use volume? There's, oh, maybe it's this one. Commodity channel index on balance, rate of change, the Chaikin money flow. Maybe that's it. Come here. Chaikin money flow. Is this it? Money comes in. We'd see a spike in money. Yeah, this might be it. So this one is then doing the taking the price and basically money going in, money going out. And I wonder where it zeroes from. The morning? Where's the opening? Yeah, I guess it zeroes on open. Oh, or over the, maybe it averages over the 20. So over 20 inputs, then it averages to, like it tries to head to 0. Yeah, but then I wouldn't want that. I would want a larger time frame. Yeah. Interesting. So as long as we're above 0, wherever that is. So right now we've been basically losing money. Yeah, that'd be right. Then with little volume, we basically took off. Then we're making money. But see, we're dumping money here, but we're not getting any height because, yeah, we're being pushed back down. Yeah. So this is good because it shows we're in the recovery phase, right? So we've gone from the high money phase and now we're going back into the recovery phase, which is basically like I was saying right here. So then the money ramps up again, people start buying, we get kicked up again. Yeah. Yeah. I'm probably reading this chart wrong thing, but there's a good one. I'll have to find it. But yeah, they just basically tell you what I already do anyways. I wonder if I can see these all. Oh, that's cool. Oh, cool. The chart's fixed. It doesn't zoom in. Oh my god, I can't. Okay. So this is showing the it's auto determining the pivot lines. Wow, what the fuck am I looking at? So it's telling you to buy at 10.1, sell at 10.26, buy at 10.2, sell at 10.45. Okay, let's see how accurate this is though. Okay, we are currently at 10.35, so it's saying buy, and then what, we sell at 10.67? Even this time frame's not quite right. Huh. Okay, that is weird. Something to look into. There's the moving average ribbon. That's pretty cool. So this is your, some people use like a series of exponential moving averages. And so you get basically what they're calling a ribbon. And then the ribbon's basically showing you, like right here,
when this happens, you have a turnaround point. So these are all averages, right, over time, but the exponential one uses a composite number rather than just a basic average. So when you cross one of these lines, it usually means like the 20-minute average, the 25-minute average, 30-minute, whatever, are all intersecting. And therefore, you know that something's changing, like here. And then there's a change. And it's not too bad at predicting stuff. It's always late, but it gives you confirmation if you're unsure that basically what that's telling you is that what you're seeing is changing on the 25, 30, 40, whatever minute scale you're on. So if you look at the hourly scale, not as good, but you get the idea. So it is good for if you need extra confirmation. Like here, this would have warned you that something's wrong, right? But you should be able to tell that that's too much down. But see, that's me just knowing these in my head. When we go too much, I'm expecting us to be here. I'm drawing the averages in my head, right? And then I zoom out and I'm drawing the other averages in my head. And then when you get too much, you're like, hey, there's a problem. But if you don't do that, this helps visualize it. And it's actually not too bad. Not bad to have it up as a reminder. But you see, it's not perfect. Well, obviously it's not perfect, but it definitely has some value. But of course, also too, hindsight's 2020. So yeah, this works in the past, but then, coming into the future here, okay, we had a crossover point here that says there should be a reversal. Is it reversing? No. Like here, this one was accurate. But then so is these two greens. You should have been able to tell that as soon as it breaks here, it's ready to rock. But, it's all hindsight, right? Although I do like the muted volume. That's nice. Yeah, what's this thing here? Volume-based trading? Okay. So that's pretty useful. So the money flow, what's ROC? Rate of change, commodity channel index. Yeah. And the on balance volume. And that one basically is the same as the money flow, but I think the money flow decays, where this one is an absolute or something like that. Yeah, it's been a while since I used these. What's CCI? Oh, the commodity channel index. Neat. And whoever this Bill Williams is. So he uses a 5, 8, and 13 moving average. Yeah. So that's your confirmation, but your confirmation comes after you lose all that money. But then you'd buy in and hope that it follows these lines. But it doesn't always. Like here, you'd buy in and you get fooked. Here, you'd be okay until, I guess, here. But that's tiny profit. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't looked at these, so don't mind me just playing around with this. Why the stock isn't moving that way. Yeah. So we're just pissing around here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. How do I go back to where I was? I guess I just have to do it manually. So let's do swing trading. No, swing trading's the bad one. Oscillators? No. Which one had the ghosted? There, that works. Good enough. an EMA 20, which we don't need. But there we go. Ah, nice. That way when the lines go through, we won't have that problem anymore. That's nice. Yeah. Or we're in the middle of a pennant. Because I know I keep saying pendant, but it's, I think, technically a pennant. Because if you take the tops, right? And if you take this guy here, so the previous pennant broke right here. Now we basically got a new one because we didn't get any higher, so we're technically in the channel of a macro pennant, which realistically probably we were always in. So I just didn't notice it because I was like, okay, we're gonna have a breakout right here and take off versus completing this one. But because we failed, then we basically have now become a giant one. So until we basically break this bottom trend line, we're just traveling along the ocean currents here. As long as we don't make fresh lows, we're going up. So that can be expressed the way we're doing it, or you could also express it like this, where you have a trend line and it's oscillating, or channels, or any of that sort of stuff. Whichever way you want to look at the same problem. Yeah. Well, it's the same thing. I ordered my Lambo from China Post. It just hasn't been delivered yet. So, and yes, Marshall, I am a software programmer. Excuse me. Let the lemon teach you. You must enjoy the sour before you can enjoy the lemonade. That is the way of the lemon. And watch me write a book. What is it? You have to have a catchy title like the 5 things every lemon trader needs to know, or a lemon's guide to stock investing. Top 10 reasons your doctor hates this one simple trick. Or actually, the lemon's guide to Lambos on the stock market. And then just make it all lemon puns. You have to have the true sweetness of lemonade, exactly. I mean, I'm sure there's some analogies there. That you need capital, lemons. You need to risk the capital, cutting up the lemons, to try to make more capital, lemonade, or product is lemonade, but you still have to, do the work, selling the lemonade to get your attendees, right? So if you fuck up with your capital, you're out of lemons, and you got no lemonade, you're pooched, which is burning your principal. So you got to risk some of your lemons, but you don't make more lemonade than, people may want. So you don't go all in, right? Yeah. 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 I'll make sure to, and I'll do the Steve Jobs pose. I'll just stare at the camera like, my God. I'm kind of glad Steve Jobs kicked it. As much as I don't wish death on anyone, imagine that guy being around for another 40 years, giving his take on everything. Like, he'll just be like, oh, that fucking sucks. Tesla sucks. That sucks. It's like, okay, man. Like, I don't see him being a very positive person at all. And from what I hear, he isn't. But then that's kind of and I dare not call him a genius, but apparently people thought he was. It's like Bill Gates is no genius either. It's just people in the right place at the right time making good decisions, right? But Steve Jobs stuck to his guns, and that's his real defining point, right? Yeah, I do love Bill Burr's take on Steve Jobs. I love it. But, you know, that's why I like Bill Burr's comedy. Yes, it's misogynistic and it's a little aggressive, but that's what comedy's supposed to be, is pushing boundaries. It's our our medium for that sort of thing, right? Instead of art. I don't want to see paintings and violent descriptions of what Bill Burr talks about, because they're a little bit more permanent. Where comedy is short-lived, humorous, and you walk away laughing or thinking rather than shocked, right? So you can joke about genocide, but if you're to artistically represent it, it's a little bit different, right? Um, Anyways, that and him, Dave Chappelle, are good friends, and it shows. They got the same level of comedy. So, yeah. Now, Canadians, most Canadians are very comedic, and no topic is too taboo. Um, the older generation, yeah, we're not as liberal as, say, Europe. Some parts of Europe are extremely liberal, right? But Catholicism had a strong grip hold until about the 80s here. But now with the loosening of moral fortitude and virtues, we're getting a lot more civic. And the States their super Christianity is kind of collapsing as well. So the States is becoming a little bit more liberal, and that's helping us stay or increase our liberalness, if you will. Because a lot of our media and our viewpoints come from the States, right? But I think we're really comedians because we had to cope with living so close to the States. I mean, that'll drive you to drinking. It's like, dear God. At least that's the running joke. Yeah, we had to take up comedy to cope. Plus, you live in a frozen wasteland that tries to kill you for 6 months of a year. Like, if you can't laugh, Canada's a harsh, unforgiving piece of crap. And the Finnish, the Swedes, they know how to laugh. It's the same thing. It's like, you gotta laugh or you die. You get depressed. And then the Finnish, they laugh, but they do the Russian approach. They just drink the winter away. Largest consumption of alcohol, I think, in Europe is the Finns. And then I think the Germans come next. Or the Germans beat them on beer, but I think per capita consumption, the Finns take the cake for Europe. Yeah. But anyways, it's all good. And I think Canada still holds the most per capita coffee drinkers. I think so. Either that or Germany was actually beating us out on that one too. But Germany has a love affair for various delicious beverages. So I'm told. I've never visited. I've yet to do Europe. Probably could do it in maybe 3 or 4 months. Just walk the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be good. Take a trip through the Ardennes, step on a landmine or two. The huge. Yeah, I think if I toured Europe, I'd probably center it around all the old battlefields and all the historical ones, like Agincourt and the hell, a Waterloo. Just to stand in the same stands, same place that 2,000 years ago something happened. Where in Canada you can't really say that. Like 100 years ago, there were people hunting animals here. Yay! Like, and in some places, 20 years ago, there was no human existence. Like, we're very much we don't have that rich long. Well, I wouldn't say rich, but long history. Yeah. Damn it. Finnish have taken us out for coffee. Bastards. Who's next? Is it Finnish, German, us? Oh, man. How did the Finnish drink more coffee? Bastards. Booze and coffee. Well, that's pretty much the Canadian diet. We've kind of got off the booze because it's expensive, but it's pretty much beer all summer and coffee all day. Like, and then in winter it's double down on coffee. Oh, is this per capita though? They all have bigger populations than Canada. Yeah, Canada only has 36 million people. And I'm pretty sure all those other countries kick us in the ass for, yeah, if you're just doing by quantity, yeah, it needs to be by per capita. Pound for pound. Person. Yeah. Oh, motherfuckers. All right. Well, I'm going to Finland and I'm going to start a fight. You, coffee drinker. I'm Russell Crowe and I love fighting. Just start punching people. Damn. All right. Well, Canada needs to step up our game. What the hell did we start doing? Drinking water? Oh, man. That's unfortunate. 10th. 10th. Motherfucker. Yeah. Although, maybe with all the new health food crazes, maybe people are just drinking water. But at least we won't have hypertension. But Jesus, coffee and booze? That's gotta wreck the insides. Your poor veins would just bust. Damn. Wow, my data is outdated. Is that drinking or coffee? Oh, maybe we're the daily drinkers. Maybe that's it versus the amount. Because I know almost every person I know drinks at least 1 to 2 cups of coffee a day. Like everyone, including anybody over the age of 12. But daily drinking, not so much here. Damn. Yeah, isn't that neat? That you can stand where Caesar walked 2,000 years ago, eh? Oh man, or to stand in New Constantinople or Carthage, like the birthplace of civilization in Greece. Like, it's crazy, and it's neat to think that there's thousands upon bazillions of stories that are under your feet. People laughed, cried, fought, lived out entire existences where you're standing, and you'll perish, and that will continue. And it's like, yeah. So I think that's going to be the best part about Europe is just the tapestry. Not that the tapestry is all great and dandy, but the fact that it exists, right? I'd love to go to the Middle East, but it needs to settle the shit down before I can go visit. Plus, a lot of the very old places got smoked by ISIS. Not that there was much there, but ISIS did level a lot of super historical sites. So, 12 kgs per capita a year. And that's average. Wow. Yeah, I probably go through... Oh, way more than that. I go through about a kg every... Well, I used to go through about a kg every week and a half. Not even. Kg is 2 pounds. 2.2. So Yeah, about every 2 weeks, let's say. So I go through a pound of coffee every week. Wow. We're learning stuff today. 142.4 liters of beer. Your poor liver. Yeah. Who drinks the most coffee daily? Finland, Norway, Iceland. This is your world atlas that you're probably looking at. Oh yeah, and they have to calculate children, right? Yeah, and they call it cavi. Neat. All day, every day. Yeah, that's like us. We drink coffee all day, every day. Huh, neat. And they don't serve decaf. Well, damn. I mean, when you're on your like 14th coffee, you need decaf. But I guess if you don't brew the coffee, they're doing kind of like the British do with ale. You basically just bring up the alcohol content just enough to purify the water, and then you drink nothing but purified alcohol water. And they're doing the same thing with the coffee. Because yeah, you couldn't do it like, oh my god, nonstop. Yeah, it's the most commonly consumed beverage amongst adults. Despite the prevalence, we drink coffee at home. Yeah, because it's too damn expensive to drink outside. But really? I can't believe Canada is 14. So Luxembourg, we're tied with Luxembourg for 9th. Man, we just have to step up our 1 pound per person, and we'll take 8th place. Yeah, these numbers are sad. I feel like I've lost my cultural identity here. Damn. No, that sucks. So someone hit the sell button a little early there. I guess the Turks are upset. You know, coffee was originally, well, it was an infidel drink, but it's very much the Persian Empire area, Turkey, Persia, Syria, Arabia, and it is the most exported commodity in the world after oil. Brazil, Vietnam, Colombia are the top coffee producing. Yeah, and specialty coffee from Indonesia, South Africa, and Australia. Because there's only a few places you can grow coffee anyways. Well, coffee that doesn't taste like shit, I should say. You can grow coffee in a lot of places, but it ain't gonna taste good. Man, that fucking sucks. I'm 10th on the list. Alright, I'm gonna go and get that number pumped up. If I'm donating to charity, this charity is gonna be coffee drinkers. I'm turning this around. Ah, damn. In Saudi, they drink oil, yes. Yeah. Hey, it's not illegal to pump up your own stocks. So I've always thought of that. I'm like, if I'm going to start a company and the company's going to buy a lot of a commodity, then I should just buy stocks in that commodity, right? But then that's what people do. If you're a company that works on oil, you sit on the oil markets, the stock market, the commodity market, which is like the stock market, and you're buying future oil tickets, right? So all those people that bought oil before the Suez got blocked are laughing, right? So they probably just buy them as a point of insurance. So they go out and buy like a 6 month supply of oil on the commodity market. And if something like that happens, then they can sell it for a profit, or they don't have to buy the oil at the extreme price. They're locked in, right? So that's the whole idea. But of course, we're the gamblers, right? We're not here to invest or buy to consume. None of us are going to use the AMC stocks to heat our home. So we're investing. We're letting them use our money so that we can profiteer from their existence. But anyways, yeah. So no, it's markets balance themselves. It's actually pretty cool. I do love the stock market. It's really I have nothing negative about it. It's just an excellent balance. And if you don't like getting pushed around by big fish, then become a big fish. But it's not that easy. So, yeah, it's the law of nature, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, I wouldn't want to give kids coffee just because, unless it's like low dose, because they already have enough energy as is. The last thing you need to do is hyper-stimulate the brain. I've been drinking coffee so long that it rarely has an effect on me. But due to my health condition, I have to drink decaf nonstop, and it sucks. It's like half the flavor. And it only comes in like a couple of varieties, all which make me sad. Nice try. Yeah. Yeah, there's various forms, but Italy's coffee is not bad. But when I mean coffee, I mean percolated coffee, because I would call what you call coffee. I mean, it's all coffee, but we describe it based on its built. So you drink espressos and then watered down espressos. And most countries drink espresso using what's the bean? The espresso bean is Robusta. It's the Robusta bean. And then the Arabica bean is used for the percolated coffee. And there's only two coffee beans in the world, Robusta, or two commercial coffee beans. I'm sure there's probably some hybrids somewhere. Robusta and Arabica. And then Robusta gives you that ridiculously earthy, and then Arabica gives you that mellow, smooth. And then depending on where you grow it, how high up the elevation is, and I believe how high up controls acidity, and how wet it is controls something else. But yeah, you want to be as high as possible, the lower acidity, and then you want, I think, for it to be moderately wet, but I can't remember why. But based on that, you get your different flavors. So Colombian in their jungles versus Indonesia versus Brazil versus Jamaica in the mountains. and the cat poop coffee, which is kind of artificially made better by the cat. It's okay coffee, and then the cat makes it better coffee because it pre-digests it for you. Yeah. But, yeah. Maybe it's the intensity of the flavor. Comes with the moisture. Because if there's not enough moisture, maybe it doesn't develop good enough cherries. And then when you roast it, you get nothing. Yeah, maybe that's it. Because it's acidity, and then the roast controls if it's light or dark. And then you have boldness, which is generally the roast, or the roast at least brings it out. And that's your, if it's going to taste like pure wood, or is it going to taste very light, almost like a cherry fruity taste, which is the opposite spectrum. And so if you have the cherry and it's not very cooked, you almost actually, it almost tastes like cherries. It's very fruity, floral. And then if you burn it into oblivion, and I guess if it's maybe dry, you're going to get this like intense smoky wood taste, which some people like, but ultra dark is really hard to drink. Like it's like boiling tree bark. It's just, oh god. So bad. Yeah. But if you put enough cream and sugar in anything, it tastes good. So that's where the ultra darks are nice, because they're usually very acidic, and they, as a result, are very stringent. Taste kind of like a wine, that tannin taste. And so if you use cream or sugar, it gets rid of all the impurities, if you will, or masks them. So, yeah, I do love my coffee. Yeah, and we're just going sideways. And the whole market's going sideways. GME is still sideways with like super low volume. Yeah, like it traded for like all these guys here are basically no trades. Just dead. That's nuts. Guess everyone's just taking a break. You'd figure this would have spiked with the Suez blocked. But this is the future price of oil, so I guess it was so temporary that the shock isn't going to be seen until later, maybe. But they're usually pretty quick about pricing it in. But if there's enough oil in reserve, the blockage was a few days, so it's not crazy bad. It's probably a lot bit worse for intermediate products. So the catalysts and all the other stuff that get consumed. And then the refined products like gasoline or whatever. I don't know if it's shipped through the Suez. But if you're shipping gasoline, I guess most countries don't have a refinery. So yeah, that would be spiked through the roof because gasoline does not last long. So, interesting. Yeah, I'm just reading a book on oil. It's very interesting. It's nice to get a broader perspective of everything. Oh, that's not the volume. Oh dear. We just broke through 1033 a little excessively. I thought that was the volume, and then I'm like, why is it moving funny? So yeah, we basically went flat and then we gapped down because we're not going anywhere quick. But that's just probably one person selling off. It's only 3,000 on my volume. And then we were just doing like 200, 100, doing absolutely nothing for, well, pretty much since noon. Let's say 1 o'clock. Yeah. So somebody probably got bored. But it looks like we're going to just completely destroy it. So just somebody getting out of the market. Now I want some coffee. Curses. We should get a coffee sponsorship. It's a good cure for depression. Tons of stimulants. Self-medicate. Did you run out of cocaine today? Yeah, it happens to the best of us. Try extra strength coffee. Just pour water into the coffee container, let sit, poke a hole in the bottom, and drink. Going blind? Yep, that's the coffee working. I once drank so much coffee that I almost couldn't see. But that's a byproduct of my hormones, I think. But yeah, it basically changes the pressure in your eye, so you lose the ability to focus, far focus, whatever that's called. Nearsighted, farsighted. So you become nearsighted. I think I've had Costa coffee. It comes in giant bags, I believe, here. And you have to grind it yourself. I think it was pretty good. But I think it's a bulk coffee. It's definitely not a specialty coffee. Yeah, I'll give it a try. I haven't had it in a while, or I'd remember. Yeah, we have Starbucks, Tim Hortons, Van Hoot, a bunch of garbage dregs, and then there's a bunch of just random Canadian coffee companies that are like small businesses. But we like coffee so much that it's like our coffee had like the IPA resurgent that you're seeing now. We had that with coffee. What the hell's going on? We're just flying, so it's going down again. But yeah, like we just went whoop and gap down. Yeah, it's weird. Why is the sudden negativity? What's going on? Oh, they're starting to break channel. Is it GME? No, it looks like it's us. Woo, large red. Okay, something's up. Something is changed. Because the gapping down was one thing. But now it's, yeah, what the hell's going on? Whoa. Oh, that's market closed. I was like, wow. That would be not good. Last minute sell off. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We've had 2 large volume sell-offs, but by large volume I mean 2,000 and 3,000, which is quite small. But what's going on? Yeah, I would have expected it to just go sideways. Like we're still in the channel here, or the pennant shape. Excuse me. But yeah, seeing each time they've been countered pretty good. So it's like somebody's just selling off excessively. But what triggered that? Why now? GME's not moving. The Dow's not going anywhere. I don't know. Is there any important news? Ooh, insider selling. Dun dun dun. March 26th. So that was Friday. They broke news of insider selling. But I think that was Wanda cleared out, which we already knew. Okay. Yeah. No, I don't see anything. I'll quickly just check Reddit. Just about the squeeze. More about manipulation. Hold. Think about it. Oh, that thing on Friday was whistleblower reported that there was insider trading. Huh. And then the joke is if you oh, that news just broke actually. So yeah, somebody did some insider trading with AMC, and then the whistleblower got half a $1 million for the whistleblowing, and then somebody says, "Go put it all back in AMC." I see your corruption, and I raise you AMC shares. Now it can be something very trivial. I doubt it's something ridiculous, but I'm sure somebody said, "Hey, look, I'm gonna sell," or Wanda's gonna sell. That's probably what they acted on. Wanda says they're gonna sell, and then they have inside information, so they sold before Wanda could tank the market. And then, as a result, they got dinged for it because you can't act on inside information, because then it's unfair for the rest of us, right? So. Yeah, and they're making fun of the margin call. So all in all, I don't think there's much. There's not much news I can see. But then, of course, Reddit's not the greatest. Hedgies, yeah. I love how they're like they make posts. It so greed is a powerful thing, right? So people are making posts like this one that says the price is whatever you want it to be. And he's like, well, if you just keep dumping infinite money, the price will be whatever you want it to be. And it's like, you're not wrong, but you're pumping the stock. You're getting everyone to buy in, and it's basically a pyramid scheme. The problem is the price is whatever you want it to be, which means when people sell, because they're going to sell, it doesn't work, right? So he probably got in at like $5 and then, let's bring it up to $1 million. And it's like, yeah, of course. Because we all, like, if we all get on the train at the same time, then we all benefit. But whoever gets on the train after us is the ones that are going to be losing out potentially, right? So it's not all not as nice and rosy as these guys make it out to be. Then a lot of these guys are first-time traders. I mean, I like the solidarity. We can all make money together. It's true. Yeah. But do we have infinite amount of money? Probably not. So well, technically, I guess as long as we have jobs, we have infinite money. But will people oh, it was Citadel that got margin called. Ah ha ha ha. Nice. Fuck Citadel. Apparently they gave out a $50 billion loan. Oh man. Who calls Citadel though? Who the fuck would call them? It's like the United States. They owe debt, but which country is going to be like, hey, pay up? Like, I don't know at that point, does the SEC call you on your loans? Like, because a margin call is just an arbitrary call. Yeah, I wonder. I should look at, after the stream's over, I should look that up. Gee. No, I don't see anything on Google. Let me just, I'm still kind of looking at Reddit. Let me go look at Google and take a gander. I really missed the home button. Used to be able to click it, and now it is gone. Google, and let us look at the news. Only time I ever look at the news. So, vaccination, I don't care. Don't care about COVID. I've read like 5 articles on COVID. Do not care. George Floyd's murder comes up. Asian hate crimes. Damn. Myanmar starts airstriking people. Damn. New York reaches an agreement to legalize recreational cannabis. China attacks Western nations over cotton boycott from the one province where they're using slave labor. Well, no shit. Yes, we're going to buy slave-made products. Good stuff. Well, Indonesia's still having issues with Muslim. I don't even want to call them. It's insurgents. Yeah. Yeah. Religiously motivated insurgents. But that's been going on for years. Okay, well, I don't see nothing. Oh, Credit Suisse and Norma warn of losses after Archegos fails to meet margin calls. Investors brace for fallout as hedge fund reportedly triggered $20 billion fire sale of stocks 7 hours ago. I guess I'm reading this now. So it's Archegos that went down. So that's what's been depressing us all of today on this red here is bracing for the fallout of all the stuff. Archegos Capital defaulted, hitting shares some big media and Chinese technology companies. Oof. Archegos Capital defaulted. They died. Dead. Gone. Rip. Sucks. Well, they apparently made some bad choices. So it sold billions in shares, and then shares in Morgan Stanley went down 4%. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Discovery, Viacom, Baidu, they lost 2 to 9%, and that's what we were talking about earlier, and 30 to 50% of their value last week. Woo. Wall Street's fear gauge went up 2.5 points. Yeah. Well, so that's why the Nasdaq's taking a shitter, because the Nasdaq is going to be the most affected by it. But I mean, that's still not too bad. It's still on a tear, so the damage would have been done here. Wait, where's today? Today is the 29th, so the damage would have been done here, right? Was it the sell was in the morning, or when was the sell? Oh, so the default was in the morning when the news broke 1 hour ago at 10:04. Yeah. So this was ongoing today. Okay. So then that would have been right in the morning. But that's not too bad. I mean, it recovered nicely. So, yeah, not too bad. But then again, the outcome, right, is not yet known, because it doesn't affect the stock market, because it would sell the shares to recover money, but then it has all these shares that it can't recover from. So the people that loan the money are in trouble. So it doesn't affect the stock market per se. But then the Morgan Stanleys go down and all that goes down. And then all the stuff that's attached to them goes down. So it's going to reverberate through the market, right? Getting weaker and weaker and weaker, like ripples. And then the next question is, well, they're not the only one that's going to go under. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. You know, there's a dark cloud of kind of fear, which explains probably why the Dow's gone sideways. You know, it's on a tear, but that's indecision, right? So they're kind of just bracing for the reverberations. And apparently there's one. Whoa, look at it go. Okay, it's stopping. I was waiting for it to just go off the screen. It's like, Well, that's a good time to sell everything. So we're coming back into this pennant shape. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Interesting. Traders are glued to their screen and set for a volatile open. When was this? For Monday. Oh, that's because, yeah, Shopify, Discovery, Viacom, Baidu, Fartech, VizHop. So if we go look at this, volume, time, Viacom, HGen. No, HGen's not one of them. Yeah. Yeah. They're all getting nailed. US exchanges. So who's getting whoever this is? Summer. Wafu? Yeah. All the Chinese stocks are getting tanked because they're going to get delisted, right? If the US goes to blows with China. That's got to be really pissing off China. But see, if all of these companies are, let's say, are a front for the Chinese government, every time you buy into any of these stocks, you're giving money to China, basically, either directly or indirectly. Now, of course, they're not all fronts, but it's like when you put money in the U.S. market, you're indirectly bringing up the U.S. government. So it makes sense to restrict. Yeah, look at them go flat. Yeah, that's indecision, eh? So, well, oh man, where does it stop? Okay, let me go back a month. Wowee. That's why they got margin called. So up it goes, and then foam. Oh my god. How much is that? That's a 57% reduction. It went from $100 to $45. Oh, sweet Jesus. But man, it's a good time to buy Viacom. You're not going to get a deal like that in a long time, actually. Yeah. I mean, that's a little excessive for my liking. But wow, look at them go on a. They've been dying for years, and then they just went on a fucking tear. Crazy. But this stock is really likes tearing it up, eh? And they just tank and grow with the U.S. economy. Damn, look at that. That's since the start of the year. How much is that? That's got to be double your money. Almost double your money. 1.7 times your money. Yeah, this is high risk. It would, like, if you're in this, cool, but the second you see red, you got to get the fuck out, which is why this happened. Yeah, I can see why they got margin called. Time. Well, that's probably the effects of today. So they sold off on the 24th then. Viacom. Damn. Discovery. Man, you're that big, you can cause that much. So that's a hedge fund going out of business right there. And see, they all sold at once, so then they get diminishing profit, right? But how the hell did they default? If they would have just sold, oh, you know what? They're probably short selling. But then why do they have to sell? That doesn't make any sense. They would have to buy in. Why would you sell when it's at a peak? They must have fucked up on a stock So one stock was enough to sink them. Whatever. Let's see how AMC is doing. Okay, we're going to see if we can break out the top. Yeah, I was just looking at the news to see what was going on, Howard. But yeah, I was just trying to figure out what caused this little bit of a drop here. But maybe it's just general market uncertainty. So, and actually, you know what? If we go back to the 24th, I wonder if we were affected. So, yes, when was their crash? Their crash was at open on the 24th, and it continued all day. Viacom. Yeah. Oh, it's so painful. The stock was $100, and by 2 days later, it's fucking $40. And look at that indecision volatility. And somebody sold off a bunch here. It's not done yet. Oh man, I don't even want to look at that. It's so bad. Get me off this page. Oh, Nokia's not doing good either, but they did have a surge up. Yeah, it looks like everybody kind of tanked on open on the 24th, eh? Yeah, this company's not doing that great. So let's see about us. Wonder if that's what affected us. I mean, I didn't think, those stocks were that important, but if it's a bigger issue like a hedge fund going out of business, yeah, we tanked on open as well, eh? And then maybe that's it. And did GME as well? GME, yep. Yeah. S&P. Yep. They recovered. NASDAQ should have taken the blunt of it. Yeah. So there was a surge of money, but the overall is rip. Yeah. And it's hard because also you got stimulus checks here, right? So, yeah. That explains a lot of things. Yeah, and see, there's just a lot of negativity on the 25th as well. What about Apple? So Apple had a huge drop as well. A huge sell-off on the 25th. And the 24th, right here, same thing. So, yeah, I guess, I guess that's not really big for Apple, but that sure is right there. Yeah. So I guess this is more of the market ebb and flow, because you can see the pattern is very similar. See, the 25th? Everyone's just not having a good time on the 25th. Yeah. And there's the 24th. So they gapped up, but then they died just like us with an extra death at the end. Yeah. Interesting. Now that hindsight's 2020. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. Neat. Yeah. So when I compare our stock to other stocks, I find that we don't have a lot of support on the way down. But that's, I think, because a lot of our height is retail investors. So we fly off the charts upwards, but they're quick to not go red. They don't want to be bag holders, right? Where institutionals just buy and forget unless the price gets too low. So when these type of market pressures happen, we hold out pretty good and then we collapse hard. Now, it might be, though, also because we're in such low numbers that it's accentuated, but we don't hold up like GME does or any of those other stocks that I looked at. Like, they tend to hold. Like, if they're going somewhere, they're going somewhere, but they tend to hold, and then they gradually go. There's no... But I guess, yeah, the share's so diluted. For it to move like this requires millions upon bazillions of dollars, right? Which makes the stock more level. Fuck. Poor GE. Like, how much money did they lose? Like, GE is currently trading for $12, but that's only because of division. So they lost 7% of the company. That's not too bad. But, yeah. Interesting. Interesting. So far, so good. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's usually how it goes, Veer. Yeah, that would make a little bit more sense. Yeah, usually it's a small fry, and the small fry basically goes, well, I can't pay. And then the person that gave the small fry the money basically says, well, I just lost $10 billion if you can't pay. Then the parent of that one goes, oh, frig, one of my kids now owes $10 billion. And then the bigger neighbor goes, shit, he just lost a bunch of money. I got to look at my children. And then it cascades. And then the businesses that are smart quickly put up barricades, fortify their house, throw up an electric fence, and expect the worst. Yeah, that's the reverberations, but it doesn't seem too bad. But yeah, I wish the market didn't overreact, but they know better. Because if you don't overreact, you basically, if you're wrong, you're fucked. And if you're a multi-billion-dollar company, you really don't want to be fucked. So you basically take the road of less resistance, just overreact to everything, and you'll have a super healthy immune system, right? You'll make some mistakes, but you're better off overreacting than underreacting. Yeah. But then it adds to the market's volatility. But it lets us small fries get in there and capitalize on the volatility. So it works. But that's pretty cool. So that's at least 3 hedge funds I know are dead now since the start of January. That's pretty good. That's a good kill count. I don't know how many Wall Street bet people have gone bankrupt, though. That would be an interesting poll. So, just how many of you have successfully not lost everything? And I'll use the meme. You guys are getting paid, and it's just you guys aren't bankrupt. Oh, so it's just me. Do they have a website? No. Yeah, Archigo Capital Management. Private hedge fund run by Bill Hwang, son of Korean preacher who moved family to Las Vegas. The margin call instigated a 35 billion market correction. Out of the ashes of Tiger Asia Management, he then, which were had used for, oh my god. Okay, so the Tiger Asia Management, this guy used for criminal activities, and he gave money to start the firm. He created this company in 2013, which the family office, which had 10 billion under management of 2020. He has been banned for trading in Hong Kong for 4 years from 2014. And then so Jesus. So in March 2026, he caused the 27% plunge of Viacom and Discovery Inc. And then in 29th, the Swiss financial watchdog, FINMA, called in to mop up the mess at Credit Suisse, whose shares were at one point down 14%. And because that guy basically liquefied his positions, and they don't know their customer, and their customer was a criminal, but they didn't care because they were getting their money, and then they got fucking smoked. Wow. But apparently this guy knows what he's doing if he's got $10 billion. Damn. But then Credit Suisse has not always been the greatest bank anyways. They get nailed a lot. And they always get nailed for the big stuff, like the criminality. But I guess the Swiss also have a history of neutrality, right? So there was a lot of Nazi gold kind of deals back in the day. I think the Swiss bank was the original Cayman Islands, I believe. If I remember correctly. It's been a while since I've looked into fraud. But, man. Oh, sorry, Marshall. We were just looking over the news of the hedge fund that went under. And, yeah, not bad. We're trending sideways. Nothing much has happened. We almost went down, depending on how long you were gone. But it looks like we're still putting along here. So it's Jane Street Capital that got nailed for over-the-counter AMC trading, fined for late reporting of shorts. They got fined $4,000. Per. So they got fined 30,000. Oh, they're Norwegians. That's fine. So they got charged. The sanction is up to $4,000 for late reporting, and they got charged 3,500 USD, or 30,000 approximately Norwegian kroners. But I'm guessing this company is silly. Like, it's probably small. Because that's the same fine they would hand out to you and me, right? There might be an individual and corporation fines, but the little fines are generally for, you're not going to give me a $20,000 fine. I'd rather go bankrupt than pay it. Since it's just, or actually, I don't even have to go bankrupt. I can just tell you to go screw yourself, and you just ban me from the stock market. So, because it's not a real crime. It's just a levied crime. Because I don't think the SEC is a federal body. I'm pretty sure it's a corporation. It's just heavily regulated corporation. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too important in the news, so I guess we'll find out what was going on here some other day. But nothing important. It's a video of The Office. All right, looks good. Yeah, little lemon that could. We're coming up at the end of the day though, so. If we can break this channel, we might get a bit of a run, and that would coincide with the end of day. So we uneventfully entered Sour Hour 20 minutes ago, and it was so uneventful I didn't even notice. Yeah. And then that's the squeeze. All right. Yeah, if you read it was a Hong Kong trader, I guess, essentially did some criminal activities and then got kicked off the Hong Kong stock market and then got dinged in the US and then got margin called. So, but his first company died and then he made another company and it just died. So I don't know what this guy's got to be like an incredibly good stock trader. And then he just goes, I'm bankrupt the second he loses, which is, that's a valid tactic. It's what Donald Trump does all the time. Yeah. Like bankruptcy just protects you against your creditors from screwing you. So it's advantageous to declare bankruptcy if you're in a situation where you're like completely screwed, because then it allows you to not have to pay to dig yourself out. Then you can pay afterwards, right? But you should always, negotiate with your creditors before giving them nothing. But, that's what the creditors say, because obviously they don't want you to not pay. But that's the whole reason bankruptcy exists, so that creditors can't hunt you until you're toast, right? But they don't like those laws, obviously. They want to make all their money. So, anyways, there's a little bit of give and take, but the law's there for your protection, so use it if you need it. So, perhaps this guy claims that he's bankrupt, sold off all his shares, but he might still have billions, right? Protected under. Because who the hell's trusting him with money, and why is he allowed to play? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So there's got to be more to the story. AMC is doing a lot better, Eduardo. We're just kind of trending sideways here, but we're slowly getting out of the bottom weeds. So hopefully we'll eventually break out. So if we can get to the top yellow line by 15:30, then we have a good chance of having a 30-minute run, which would be nice. But yeah, I think all in all we're doing pretty good, considering. Yeah, the whole market's pretty much poop. Like the best performing is 65%. Most of them are in the tens. Like if we're talking about the top best in the US market and you got a 9 up there, that shows you like the whole market is mute, right? And then you got 28s and 11s in your biggest losers. So yeah, the market's not really moving too much in either direction. And then the highest volatility is the 26, the 5, and a 0.35. So they're really just like going flat sideways. Are we even up here? No, we wouldn't be up here. Our volume's shit today. Ford's really been on the ticker lately. Yeah. And it's gone sideways. For all that volume, and they're not going anywhere with it, eh? Wonder what's up with Ford. Because this was like the hype from them competing with Tesla, right? And off they go. They're kicking, and then, I mean, they're still doing okay. Yeah, what's the year to date here? All time? Oh, okay. We're looking at the all time. So they've been going down since 2013 or so. And then they've been on a tear lately. Yeah, okay. And that tear has basically been since the start of the year. But Jesus, look at how high that was. Crazy. This is kind of how I think AMC is going to go. Kind of. Except we'll have something that probably exceeds our original spike. So, but then eventually we'll just do kind of like this. As the hype waves off, and then we'll go normal and whatever. Yeah. But I think we're kind of like, minus the spike that's over here, I think we're kind of doing this. We'll have a lot of gains, but then we're going to have like a month or 2 or 3 months of just, and that's when we kick off our shorts, when they finally give up, and the institutional shorts fuck off, and that would be our short squeeze, basically. If we get that. If we keep going up gradually, we'll probably not see it. But if you got people like this, that's not all just sellers. Like that's a lot of downward pressure. They lost half their company value in the span of 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3 months. So that's clearly negativity. So yeah. All right. So we're still trucking along. We gapped up, sort of. That's good. Oh no, we didn't. There's a flat here. So, well, I guess you could count that as gapping up. No one gave enough shits to sell or buy. Or, sorry, one guy gave enough shits. The rest of them did not care. What do you mean by a realistic squeeze for AMC? Like, I can't predict, if you're wondering, like, the height, I wouldn't be able to predict. Yeah, no, I couldn't predict the price. Um, because we don't know when it's going to start. So the effect will probably be driving up the price. Well, at this height, it'd probably drive us up to 50, at least 30 for sure. But if we're sitting around 20, like right now, there's no way we're going to have a squeeze because you have to get rid of all these people that short sold, and you got to get rid of all these people that short sold, right? So, and all of these people and these people, they're all making money right now. So we have to get above, let's say, 35, and in a quick scenario, and then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years of short sellers, 6 years of short sellers getting kicked out, right? Because they're losing money. So they'll start buying back in once things start looking good. So, but yeah, if we can somehow get, like, let's say we get to 20, so they might be still hedging their bets because 20 is here, and whatever, they might short down. We'd squeezed out all of these people that have lost, like, if they got in at, let's say, 8, they're already losing 8 and 8 is 16, so they're losing about 20% of their money right now. So I expect they covered. So all the people down here may have covered already, or they're just holding on. We get to 20. If they got in anything under 10, they've lost all their money, or more, because 10 to 20 is 100% loss. You owe back, actually, it's double loss. You owe back your share and another one. So that's the risk of short selling. You can have infinite loss, right? So we get to 20, you're going to have everybody 10 and below is squeezed out for sure. So we've already got to 20 once, right? So those people got margin called, and that was a bit of a squeeze here. So that might have cleared out all these guys. But anyone that got in at 20 or around 20, so that's about these guys. So from here, all of these reds, if they're shorts. Yeah, so if we can get to 20 and then just do a quick spike to, let's say, 30, we'd burn out all of these people, which is about half a year, and half of these people, which is about half a year. And then that should drive us up to at least maybe 40. And then that will clear out all our short sellers, which will then put us up to God knows where. And then, of course, people are buying in at the same time, right? It's not just, I'm just talking about what would happen to the short sellers, but people are going to pile in, right? So then that's when we take off. But yeah, I think we have to do it basically quickly, because if not, these people are going to close their positions as soon as they see red. But if we can jump like a good $10 due to some crazy news, then I think we'll nail them, because this is a lot of people, and they're probably mostly all short sellers. So that's some serious coinage from 13 all the way to 30. Okay. Oh, that's That's good money. So we'll see. Yeah. 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 So to answer your question, Chimp, yeah, it's very similar to. Ah, God damn it! It curved. Um, it's very similar to what you described, but a short squeeze is based on the fear of losing infinite money, and those people being forced either by margin calls, where if you actually get a real margin call, not just the warning, like not just the call, but it actually gets like done, they will liquefy your shares. So your owner comes in and says, "You owe me money, pay now." And if you don't, they have the authority basically to liquefy to get their money back. We'll see how far this goes. And when that happens, they sell at a loss, and you end up with nothing because you owe them money. So you're ending up with negative dollars, and you sold at a loss. So basically, you want to avoid that, so people will buy back in ahead of time to minimize that risk. But, a lot of people apparently just wait it out. They just hope that it will turn around tomorrow, and that's how they get in these situations. Yeah. 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 Lambos are coming tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, in time, it might hit 5K. I mean, it's possible with any stock to hit 5K, but it doesn't make any sense that it would. And even if it did, they would probably do stock splits, so it would never actually hit 5K on the ticker. But if you did the math, it probably might get to 5,000 a share. It's possible. If they are the leading theater in the world, they fix up their revenue, then they're making, like, the share price is currently $10 and they're only making $100 million. So if they make $200 million, the share price should be at least 20. If they start making $1 billion in revenue, then we're looking at $1,000 share price minimum, right? So it is possible, but people really like theaters that much. Can they 10 times their company? I mean, America keeps growing. There's no reason why they can't. And if they got into the Asian market, oh lordy, right? So it's not too improbable, but a lot of things would have to happen before that happens. So yeah, exactly. So you either have to increase the cost per item, so charge more for your cup of coffee, or you got to sell more coffees. And generally, the idea is to sell more coffees, and then use your brand to justify the cost of your coffee increasing. So that's the Starbucks route. They're doing both everywhere and justifying a higher price. So that's gold. Where McDonald's justifies a okay price because the quality's not bad, but they can't have a high profit margin, so they sell on quantity. And then your local barista will charge you forever dollars but he then beats on quality, right? So AMC can't really beat on quality because I don't know. Their theaters are being renovated now, so maybe they'll beat on quality for the next like 5 years, 10 years, maybe until it becomes dated. But they can also increase on quantity. But they had some dead theaters that weren't making any money, and they just got rid of what, I think 10 of them, which saved them like $300 million or something. So it's obvious that AMC will run unprofitable theaters. So they're trying to get more quantity, but obviously they haven't found the right places for their theaters. And I'm guessing those theaters were once prosperous, and then the public turned on them. And so that's why they're like, oh, well, the public will come back maybe next month. Like, that's why they keep. It wasn't dead to start and dead to continue. It was good and then it's bad. So they're trying to hold on to hope. But I don't know. If it's not working out, go somewhere else. But a theater costs so much money to build that you can't just plop one down everywhere. You have to do your due diligence that it's going to be successful. But I don't know. Maybe they'll go on a big merger acquisition and just buy up like Regal or Cinemark or something, right? Because that's a cheaper alternative potentially. You could buy out an already existing company. Now, it's probably not cheaper than just building your own theaters, but you would have theaters that are successful, that are making money, that have revenue. So you already have winners, right? Versus trying to put a theater right beside them and compete. You just knock out your competition. And then you just keep one of them alive so you don't get nailed with antitrust. He doesn't have to be any good. You just got to keep one around. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be really nice to have Adam there, or Aaron. Sorry. I think it's, Aaron. Kind of just sit down and be like, where are you going with this company? Like, what's the goal? Like, how do you expand a theater? But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a clue. Today was pretty good, but yeah, mostly sideways. We're in a giant wedge basically from the morning. No, from Friday. So we're basically riding this out. So we had a breakout earlier here, but it turns out we were just part of a bigger wedge. But it looks like this wedge is going to go right till nighttime, so what's that? Oh, that's cool. I can click the line to reverse position. So I think we're going to have this right to the end, and we might have a big breakout overnight. Still, I think this is all positive. We found out that a lot of this depression on the 26th and the 25th was, so this and that was due to some illegal stock trading and margin calls from a bad boy. Yeah. Yeah. You probably have to weigh out the cost. Like by putting AMC on like bloatware, it costs you probably $1 per phone or more. And then people just delete it, right? And the cost of putting it on the phone to Samsung, nobody's winning from that. Like people hate it. And then oh yeah, the Outlook looks really good. Yeah. Yeah. I did a couple of due diligences on this thing earlier, but we're basically in a giant U shape. So today was a little more muted than I would hope, but it's still, we're climbing out, so that's good. So tomorrow will be like a 5% day or more, and then the next one will be the one we take off if everything is good. We'll see. We will see. Mm-mm. Just reading Reddit, seeing if there's anything to see. So now we're in the squeeze. We've been in the squeeze for 14 minutes. So there's 22 to 30 million dollars or billion dollars. This is Wall Street Bets. This is why it's much better written than AMC. So a prop trading firm run by the Bill Huang, and he blew an $80 billion portfolio. Holy fuck. And then he leveraged on 5-1 on 16 billion of capital in Chinese growth and tech at the peak of the tech surge. And he didn't deleverage during the most obvious sector rotation ever 6 weeks ago. And he lost all 80 billion. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is awesome. Oh, we're going down. But is it going to stop? Let's see. And they're asking that Wall Street Bets needs to go get Bill Huang to do an Ask Me Anything. It's like, this guy lost so much money. We could learn from him. Oh my god. Okay, look, I'm an ape and I want to lose $80 billion. Well, especially when Biden announced that he was basically going to crack down on Chinese stocks. That should have been your like major selling point, because just him saying that he wants to do it means at some point they're going to try to do something. So it means whatever position you have now is probably going to be a lot worse in the future. And then everyone else is thinking that, so then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's like the risk just went through the roof. So people have to sell on risk. People will sell because of the self-fulfilling prophecy. People will just sell because they got reminded that they have Chinese stocks. Blah, 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 blah. Either way, you want to get out before you're left holding the bag. And evidently he did not. Man, that is less silly. But it goes to show you, happens to the best of us, although this is not his first rodeo. He apparently has lost twice. But how does he even get $80 billion? Like, where is he getting that? Or no, sorry, he had 16 billion and they gave him 5-1. So they loaned him that much money because he had $16 billion. That's just crazy. I wonder if I can get some money from Credit Suisse. Be like, look, man, I want a 5-1. Give me a 5-1 on AMC. Oh my god, so good. He could have. No, that's the difference between the rich and the poor. If you had 16 billion, you'd find ways to make it bigger because the more money you have, the more money you can make. And it's just a vicious circle of you get richer and richer and richer. So, of course I'd be spending some of it, but eventually you're going to run out of things to buy. So, that's not really greed. It's just, it's like if you were that space game I was playing, right? You buy one ship, and that ship goes out and does a route. And then he makes enough money for 2 ships. So now you have 2 ships doing a route. And basically, you see how that multiplies your money, right? But then eventually you need an office to manage the ships or your trucks in a real world. And then you have a shipping company now with a bunch of people and all this. And it just keeps going like that, right? But in the financial world, it's kind of like that without all the overhead. So your $5 makes $6, then $10, and then the 2 $5 bills go off and make 2 double them, and so forth and so forth. Except doubling your money is very hard. So more likely they sort of multiply. We're like farmers, but instead of animals, we put cash around, and then the cash kind of grows into new cash bills. We're money farmers. It's not much, but it's honest work. Yeah. Well, once you're so far in the hole, right? Do you take the like he got a 5-1 leverage, so for every cent he's wrong, he owes 5 cents. Every dollar he's wrong, he owes $5. So like that's hardcore gambling. So if it goes right, you get $5 for every $1 you have. Or sorry, $4 for every $1 you have. If it goes wrong, for every dollar you lose, you owe $5. Yeah. Yeah, because you owe them the original as well. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, so things can go wrong or right very quickly. But yeah. Anyways, he had some decisions to make and he didn't make the right ones, so damn, 80 billion. Yeah, where he lost 16 billion and then the people that loaned him money are now on the hook for the remainder. Yeah, I was hoping this would get a little bit of a pickup, but the volume is decent, like compared to earlier. But we're not getting any real traction here. It's just kind of going sideways. Okay. Get an extra lemon or two in here. A mega lemon. So that was kind of good. It gapped up and then came back down. But that's still looking good. Is it this weekend? No, it's next weekend. The Monday. No, Easter. This Friday, yeah. Is this Easter Friday? Yeah, the 2nd. Just reading Reddit. There's a lot of people pumping stocks. Just seeing if, just reading more about that, that guy. Oh my god. This is actually pretty funny. Here, I'll send that to the chat here. That's pretty good. Now we're smarter that it depends on when we get to 30. But obviously I'm not selling unless it's a spike. Alright, enough of that. So we got 2 minutes, 1 minute and 30 left. Yeah, till the end of day. So we're having a last second sell-off. But otherwise uneventful. The Dow's just been kind of shitting itself. So this is just people getting in or getting out because of the volatility. But she looks good. For an $80 billion kick in the nuts, it's not doing so bad. Although it's had 2 days to kind of recover. But yeah. Looks like we're going to end the day at 10:33. The volume says this is the price we're going to be. Volume's ramped up. Well, not that much actually. Today's been pretty slow. Yeah, we had less than 35 million volume for the whole day. And we hit 28 million or so by 11 o'clock or so. And so we've had like 10 million for the rest of the day. I think we hit 30 at noon. Yeah. Excuse me. All right. And we're done. So there was a last minute buy-in, but yeah, 10:35 on the dot. So yeah, what an uneventful day. But yeah, sideways trading. So we're getting closer to the point. So we might have it overnight or by 10:15 tomorrow. But yeah, no, the good, even though we're kind of trending down, we're also trending up. So it's more of just a sideways, which is good. But if we look at the grand scheme of things, so let me just remove all the drawings. So in the grand scheme of things, this is a good lift that we had on the 24th, but we didn't give any of it back. So we're basically, we're coming out of our U shape. So we might see the drop tomorrow, and then we come out. But I'm hoping this sets us off a little bit earlier, and we see our lift from here, so that we end up getting this. But as I did notice earlier today, yeah, we could be doing a crown, so we may run the risk of here. But I'm hoping we get to keep this and not have to pay for it. And then we can get out of this friggin' hole that we've gone into. But with that said, we'll just have to wait till tomorrow. Yep. Yep. Yeah, it was a long drawn out day. But, you know, boring's better than nonstop red, where you don't know where the bottom is. I'll take a boring day over this anytime. Yeah. Well, we'll see. The volume today was garbage, but hopefully the volume picks up. Because we could just do this. Like, if everything goes perfectly, we'll do that. but I don't think we're going to get, constant sizable growth. So I think we're going to draw out, and it's going to be like that, which is essentially the U shape. So, but yeah, if we do this, that completes the crown. So it's a pretty good one too. So we would know by about opening or just a bit in. So when that pennant shape finishes right here, if it finishes downwards, it will make a crown. If we go up, then we're making a W, and then that's what I was talking about earlier, where this could be a W. It all matters on our velocity. So if we do a W, we can go down and ditch the crown shape. We'll do a W. If things are more positive, then we'll start out neutral and then we'll take off, making a tighter U shape. So instead of this, we'll make this. If things continue to be negative, that makes a crown, right? So it depends. Here we'll have to decide if we're going up or down. And then if we're lucky, we don't have to make that decision. We'll just ramp up. And then when we get to $14, which is here, we'll have to figure things out again. But I'm guessing we'll ramp up like this, and we'll do kind of a fight within here. So that'll be one day. And then the next day we'll try to go after 14. So 12 to 14 or something. But this may take like 3 days to get there. Like, just my drawing has us to the 8th. So how many days is that? Yeah, so that's 2 weeks basically. So I think we'll be going up quicker than that. I think we'll be $14 before 2 weeks. But we'll see. Tomorrow's another day, I guess. Yeah, well, we're doing a lot better till right at the end here, right? So it's all good. It's all good. All right. Any questions before we shut her down for the day? All right. See you all tomorrow then.